താളം തുടരാൻ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷകരാകാം.
അനുദിനമങ്ങിനെ കരുതൽ തുടരാം, ആർഭാടങ്ങളെ ഒഴിവാക്കാം. അനുദിനമങ്ങിനെ കരുതൽ തുടരാം, ആർഭാടങ്ങളെ ഒഴിവാക്കാം. വിലയറിഞ്ഞും നീതിയോടെ പദമൂന്നാം കരുതി വയ്ക്കാം തലമുറയ്ക്കായി ഇരുളുമാഞ്ഞ നവലോകം. വിലയറിഞ്ഞും നീതിയോടെ പദമൂന്നാം കരുതി വയ്ക്കാം തലമുറയ്ക്കായി ഇരുളുമാഞ്ഞ നവലോകം.
ആർജിത ഭൗതിക താളം തുടരാൻ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷകരാകാം. ഖനിജ ഇന്ധന സ്രോതസ്സുകളെ നിധി കണക്കേ കാത്തിടാം. ഖനിജ ഇന്ധന സ്രോതസ്സുകളെ നിധി കണക്കേ കാത്തിടാം. ഊർജമില്ല ലോകം മൃതമെന്നോർത്തുകൊണ്ടേ ജീവിക്കാം. ഊർജമില്ല ലോകം മൃതമെന്നോർത്തുകൊണ്ടേ ജീവിക്കാം. സമസ്ത മേഘ മനസ്സിനൊപ്പം മണ്ണും നമുക്ക് മലിനമാക്കാതടി ചേരാം.
മനസ്സിനൊപ്പം മണ്ണു നമുക്ക് മലിനമാക്കാതടി ചേരാം. ആർജിത ഭൗതിക താളം തുടരാൻ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷകരാകാം.
പച്ചപ്പുള്ളൊരു ഭൂതലമാകെ ശുദ്ധവായു പടരട്ടെ. പച്ചപ്പുള്ളൊരു ഭൂതലമാകെ ശുദ്ധവായു പടരട്ടെ. പ്രകൃതി എന്നും പ്രസാദവതിയായി പ്രശാന്ത കാന്തി പുതയ്ക്കട്ടെ. പ്രകൃതി എന്നും പ്രസാദവതിയായി പ്രശാന്ത കാന്തി പുതയ്ക്കട്ടെ.
ഊർജരൂപങ്ങൾ അമൂല്യമല്ലോ, ഭൂതലത്തിൻ പൊരുളല്ലോ. ഊർജരൂപങ്ങൾ അമൂല്യമല്ലോ, ഭൂതലത്തിൻ പൊരുളല്ലോ. ആഗോളതാപന ശമനം നൽകി ആവാസരംഗത്തെ കാത്തുവയ്ക്കാം. ആഗോളതാപന ശമനം നൽകി
പരിപാടി തുറന്നു. ബഹുമാന്യർ എല്ലാവരും മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ ഒന്ന് സൈലന്റ് മോഡിൽ ഇടണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മളെ പ്രോഗ്രാം തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. സർ, ഇവിടെ രണ്ട് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പരിപാടിയുടെ ഉദ്ഘാടനമാണ് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ വർഷങ്ങളായിട്ട് ഈ കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡിന്റെ അളവ് അന്തരീക്ഷത്തിൽ വമിക്കുന്നത് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഐക്യരാഷ്ട്ര സംഘടനയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ, ഹരിത ഊർജ പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ, കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡ് പുറത്തു വന്നാൽ അതിനെ അബ്സോർബ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള മരങ്ങൾ നട്ടുപിടിപ്പിക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കാർബൺ സ്റ്റോറേജ്, ഈ മൂന്ന് പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ആഗോള നിലയിൽ ഒരു കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് സംവിധാനവും അതിനൊരു മാർക്കറ്റും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ റെഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡ് എത്രയാണെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ച് അത് ഐക്യരാഷ്ട്ര സംഘടനയിൽ പോയി രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് അവിടെ നിന്നൊരു കാർബൺ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് വാങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതിന് ട്രേഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസവും കുറേ നാളായിട്ട് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് അമേരിക്ക, ഓസ്ട്രേലിയ, യൂറോപ്പ്, ചൈന തുടങ്ങിയുള്ള കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ വമിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന വൻ രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളുടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ മാറ്റത്തിനനുസരിച്ച് ഈ കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ വിപണി ഏറ്റക്കുറച്ചിലുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണ മേഖല, ഈ ഹരിത ഊർജ മേഖലയിലൊക്കെ ഇന്ത്യ കൈവരിച്ച നേട്ടം വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരു പുതിയ കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ് വേണം, അത് ലോക വിപണിയല്ല, ഇന്ത്യക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ് വേണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു തിരിച്ചറിവിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് കേന്ദ്ര ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണ നിയമം 2001 നിയമത്തിൽ ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് ഒരു ഭേദഗതി വരുത്തി ഈ കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ്, കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് സംവിധാനം അതിനകത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതിനെ സംബന്ധിക്കുന്ന ഒട്ടേറെ അവ്യക്തതകൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ തെറ്റിദ്ധാരണകളൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുന്ന പല ആളുകൾക്കും ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണ നിയമം നടപ്പിലാക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള കേരള സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിന്റെ നിയുക്ത ഏജൻസി എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ എനർജി മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ ഇവിടെ ഒരു ശില്പശാല സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. ഡീമിസ്റ്റിഫയിങ് കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇതിന്റെ. ഡീമിസ്റ്റിഫയിങ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വ്യക്തമാക്കുക അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിന്റെ നിഗൂഢത മാറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇതിന്റെ ഈ ഒരു ദിവസത്തെ ശില്പശാല കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. EMC നടത്തുന്നതിന് ഒരു കാരണവും കൂടിയുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് UNFCC രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുകയും അതിന് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുകയും അതിനുശേഷം ഇൻസ്പെക്ഷൻ നടത്തുകയും കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് വാങ്ങുകയും സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് വാങ്ങുകയും അത് ആഗോള മാർക്കറ്റിൽ വിറ്റ് അല്പം കാശുണ്ടാക്കുകയും ചെയ്ത ഒരു സംഘടന എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ EMCക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ അല്പം പ്രോസ് ആൻഡ് കോൺസ്, തിക്താനുഭവങ്ങളും ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത് കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ അറിവ് നിങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പകർന്നു നൽകുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇതുകൊണ്ട് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. സർ, ഇതോടൊപ്പം കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ സ്ഥാപനം പബ്ലിക് ബിൽഡിംഗിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ ഇന്ത്യൻ ഗ്രീൻ ബിൽഡിംഗ് കൗൺസിലിന്റെ ഗോൾഡ് റേറ്റിംഗ് കിട്ടിയ ഈ സ്ഥാപനം പൊതുജനങ്ങൾക്ക്, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്കും അധ്യാപകർക്കും തുറന്നുകൊടുത്ത് ഇവിടെയുള്ള സംഗതികൾ കാണാനും ഒരു ദിവസത്തെ പരിശീലനത്തിനും വേണ്ടി തുറന്നു കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഉണർവ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ആ പ്രോഗ്രാമിന് പേരിട്ടത്. എല്ലാ ഉണർവിന്റെ 2 എഡിഷനിലും ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട MLA ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം തുടങ്ങി വയ്ക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇത് 3ാമത്തെ എഡിഷനാണ് ഇന്നിവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിൽ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ട്രെയിനിങ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് മണക്കാട് നിന്നുള്ള വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളും അധ്യാപകരുമാണ് ഇതിനകത്ത് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഇവിടെ ഇനോഗ്രേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ മറ്റടുത്ത ഹാളിലേക്ക് മാറും. 2 സെഷനായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ നടക്കും. വൈകുന്നേരം 5 മണി വരെയാണ് പരിപാടി. 1-2 കാര്യങ്ങൾ എനിക്ക് പറയണമെന്നുണ്ട്. അത് ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഇനോഗ്രേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് 1-2 കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടി ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിക്കാം. എൻ്റെ പ്രധാന ജോലി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന, കർത്തവ്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നവരെല്ലാവരെയും വെൽക്കം ചെയ്യാനുള്ളതാണ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ അധ്യക്ഷ പദം അലങ്കരിക്കുന്നത് ആരാധനായ MLA ശ്രീ കടകംപള്ളി സുരേന്ദ്രൻ അവർകളാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഏറെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി, സ്നേഹത്തോടുകൂടി ഈ സദസ്സിലേക്ക്, ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യും. ഇതിന്റെ ഔപചാരികമായി പരിപാടി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നത് കേരളത്തിന്റെ ആരാധനായ വൈദ്യുതി വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു വീഡിയോ സന്ദേശം വഴിയാണ് ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ നിങ്ങളേവർക്കും വേണ്ടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇതിന് ഒരു കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ്സ് തരാമെന്ന അദ്ദേഹം ഇന്നിപ്പം ഡൽഹിയിലാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടൊരു വീഡിയോ സന്ദേശം വഴി നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് പവർ സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിട്ട് ചാർജ് എടുത്ത ശ്രീ പുനീത് കുമാർ IAS, അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി, അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇതിൽ ആശംസ അർപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ട് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് പ്രിയ സുഹൃത്ത് ശ്രീ നരേന്ദ്രനാഥ് വെല്ലൂരി IFS, ചീഫ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഓഫീസർ അനർ. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഏറെ ആദരവോടെ, ബഹുമാനത്തോടെ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസ് ആയിട്ട് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് EMC ഇതിനുവേണ്ടി കൺസൾട്ടൻസി സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി എംപാനൽഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ 5 കൺസൾട്ടൻസ് എംപാനൽഡ് ആണ്. അതിൽ 3 കൺസൾട്ടൻസ് ആണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ച് ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഐ വെൽക്കം all these 3 resource persons. Mr. Kavin Kumar Kandasamy, Proclaim Services Private Limited, Mr. Karthik Rao, yes, Vice President, Core Carbonex Solutions Private Limited, and Dr. Alok Kumar Khore, General Manager, Infinix Solutions. I welcome all the 3 resource persons. ഇവിടെ എത്തിയ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ എല്ലാ മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്നും, നമുക്കേറെ സന്തോഷം നൽകുന്നത് എല്ലാ മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്നും പ്രതികരിച്ച് ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന, ഞാൻ പേരെടുത്ത് പറയുന്നില്ല, ഒട്ടേറെ പേരുടെ പേരുകൾ പറയാനുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം, എന്നാലും സമയം ലാഭിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പേരെടുത്ത് പറയാതെ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെയും ബഹുമാന്യരെയും ഏറെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി ബഹുമാനത്തോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഔപചാരികമായിട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രോഗ്രാം കോർഡിനേറ്റർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ ദിനേഷ് കുമാർ, ജോയിൻറ്റ് കോർഡിനേറ്റർ, എൻ്റെ സഹപ്രവർത്തകർ EMCയിലെ എല്ലാ സ്റ്റാഫ് അംഗങ്ങളെയും മീഡിയ പ്രതിനിധികളെയും ഈ യോഗത്തിലേക്ക് ഏറെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗത്തിന് ശ്രീ കടകംപള്ളി സുരേന്ദ്രൻ അവർകളെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു.
ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായിട്ടുള്ള വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടന കർമ്മം നിർവഹിക്കുന്ന കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആദരണീയനായ വൈദ്യുതി മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ കെ കൃഷ്ണൻകുട്ടി അവർകൾ, സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിച്ച EMCയുടെ ഡയറക്ടർ ഡോക്ടർ ഹരികുമാർ, കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ് നൽകുന്ന ശ്രീ പുനീത് കുമാർ IAS, ഫെലിസിറ്റേഷൻ നിർവഹിക്കുന്ന ശ്രീ നരേന്ദ്രനാഥ് വെലൂരി IFS, ശ്രീ ദിനേഷ് കുമാർ AN, വേദിയിലുള്ള ശ്രീ കവിൻ കുമാർ കന്ദസ്വാമി, മിസ്റ്റർ കാർത്തിക് റാവു, ഡോക്ടർ അലോക് കുമാർ ഖോർ തുടങ്ങി വിവിധ മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്ന് ഈ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായിട്ടുള്ള വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൽ സംബന്ധിക്കുന്ന വിവിധ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുകൾ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി, ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ട്, പവർ സെക്ടർ, ഫോറസ്റ്റ്, പിന്നെ കാർബൺ എമിഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ തന്നെ നടത്തുന്നതായിട്ടുള്ള ചില കമ്പനികളുടെ പ്രതിനിധികളുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ ഫോറസ്ട്രിയുടെയും അഗ്രികൾച്ചറിൻ്റെയും സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് ഇതിനകത്ത് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ നിരവധി മേഖലകളിൽ പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രദ്ധേയരായിട്ടുള്ള വളരെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ വിഭാഗത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണ് ഇന്നിവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്നത്തെ ദിവസം ജൂൺ 5 ലോകമെമ്പാടും പരിസ്ഥിതി ദിനമായിട്ട് ആചരിക്കുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആഘോഷിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ദിവസമാണിത്. പരിസ്ഥിതിയുടെ പ്രാധാന്യം ഏറെ തിരിച്ചറിയുന്നവരാണ് മലയാളികളായിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മൾ. പരിസ്ഥിതിക്ക് കനത്ത ആഘാതമേൽപ്പിച്ചതിൻ്റെ പ്രതിഫലനം 2018 മഹാപ്രളയത്തിലൂടെയും 19 വീണ്ടുമുണ്ടായ പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തത്തിലൂടെയും സമീപ ഭാവിയിൽ വയനാടിൻ്റെ ചൂരൽമലയിലുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള വൻ ദുരന്തത്തിലൂടെയെല്ലാം തന്നെ നേരിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയ മനുഷ്യരാണ് മലയാളികളായിട്ടുള്ള നാം എല്ലാവരും. പ്രകൃതിക്ക് മേലുള്ള മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ കടുത്ത ചൂഷണമാണ് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ആഗോള വ്യാപകമായി തന്നെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന പാരിസ്ഥിതിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുടെ അടിസ്ഥാനമെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ഇന്ന് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇന്നലെ ഞാൻ നെല്ലിയാമ്പതിയിൽ ഒരു നിയമസഭാ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ വനനിയമം ശക്തമായിട്ട് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള കാഴ്ച ഞാനിവിടെ കാണുകയുണ്ടായി. 500 വർഷം പഴക്കമുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ തേക്കുമരം അവിടെ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. 100-50 വർഷം പഴക്കമുള്ള തേക്കിൻ കാട്, ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ വില നിശ്ചയിച്ചാൽ കോടാനുകോടി ഉറുപ്പിക വില വരുന്നതായിട്ടുള്ള തേക്കിൻ കാട് അവിടെ കാണാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവിടെ മറിഞ്ഞു വീഴുന്ന തേക്കും ഉണങ്ങിപ്പോകുന്ന മുളങ്കാടുകളെല്ലാം തന്നെ പ്രകൃതിയിൽ ലയിച്ചു ചേരുന്നതായിട്ടുള്ള കാഴ്ചയാണ്. നമുക്ക് കാണുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഒരു സങ്കടവും വിഷമമൊക്കെ തോന്നും. കാര്യം തേക്കുമരം മറിഞ്ഞു വീണ് അത് പ്രകൃതിയോട് ലയിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കാത്തു കിടക്കുകയാണ്. എത്ര വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പ്രകൃതിയോട് ചെന്ന് ചേരുമെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാൻ വേണ്ടി വയ്യ. ഇന്നലെ ഈ കാട്ടിലെല്ലാം തീയുണ്ടാകുന്നതിൻ്റെ കാരണം വല്ലാതെ അന്വേഷിച്ച് നടക്കേണ്ടതില്ലെന്ന് ഇന്നലെ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അവിടെ ഈ മുളങ്കാടുകളുടെ അവസ്ഥ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നി. ഉണങ്ങി ഒരു ചെറിയ സ്പാർക്കിംഗ് ഉണ്ടായാൽ പെട്ടെന്ന് കത്തി അമരുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള ഈ മുളം കാടുകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഉണങ്ങി വരണ്ട് ഏത് സമയം വേണമെങ്കിലും ഒരു വനത്തിൽ തീജ്വാലകൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന തരത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ കിടക്കുകയാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇതിനെല്ലാം കാരണം നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തെ വനനിയമം ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ വനം വെട്ടി വെളുപ്പിക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾ എത്രയോ മുമ്പ് തന്നെ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ കൊണ്ടുപോയിരുന്നേനെ എന്നെനിക്ക് തോന്നിപ്പോയി. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇന്നലെ അവിടുത്തെ അവസ്ഥ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ പണ്ട് മഴ പെയ്യുന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് നിയമസഭയിലൊരു ചർച്ച നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മഴ പെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ധാരാളം മരങ്ങൾ വേണ്ടേ, ഇങ്ങനെ മരങ്ങൾ വെട്ടിവെളുപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പാടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ചോദ്യം നിയമസഭയിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ വളരെ പ്രഗത്ഭനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നിയമസഭാ സാമാജികൻ ചോദിച്ചു പോലും അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ കടലിൽ എങ്ങനെ മഴ പെയ്യുന്നു എന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വളരെ ആസ്വാദ്യകരമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ചോദ്യമായിരുന്നു അത്. കടലിൽ എങ്ങനെ മഴ പെയ്യുന്നു, അവിടെ മരമൊന്നുമില്ലല്ലോ, പിന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ മരം വെട്ടിയാൽ എന്താ കുഴപ്പം എന്ന് മരം വെട്ടുന്നതിനെ ന്യായീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നടന്ന ചർച്ചയുടെ ഒരു ഭാഗം ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്ത് അനിയന്ത്രിതമായിട്ടുള്ള തോതിൽ പ്രകൃതിയെ ചൂഷണം ചെയ്ത് ലാഭം കുന്നുകൂട്ടുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി നടത്തുന്ന ഒരു വലിയ പരിശ്രമമാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇന്ന് പാരിസ്ഥിതികമായിട്ടുള്ള ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്ക് കാരണമാകുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ വയനാട്ടിലെ ചൂരൽമലയിൽ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും കേട്ടു, ഒരു അർദ്ധരാത്രിയുടെ അന്ത്യയാമത്തിൽ എപ്പോഴോ തിമിർത്ത് പെയ്തതായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മഴ ഒരു മലവെള്ള പാച്ചിലായിട്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ അത് നൂറുകണക്കിന് മനുഷ്യരുടെ ജീവനും അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ അവർ സമ്പാദിച്ച എല്ലാ സ്വത്തും കൊണ്ടാണ് മടങ്ങിപ്പോയത്. 16 കിലോമീറ്റർ അകലെയുള്ള ചാലിയാർ പുഴയിൽ നിന്ന്, ഈ ചൂരൽമലയിൽ നിന്ന് 16 കിലോമീറ്റർ അകലെ ചാലിയാർ പുഴയിൽ നിന്ന് മനുഷ്യ ശവശരീരങ്ങളുടെ ഭാഗങ്ങൾ കിട്ടിയെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എത്ര ഭീകരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മലവെള്ളപ്പാച്ചിലാണ് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടായതെന്ന് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. ആ ചോദ്യത്തിൻ്റെ മറുപടി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പ്രകൃതിയോട് നീതിരഹിതമായിട്ട് മനുഷ്യൻ പെരുമാറുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ്. മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ആർത്തി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പോരാ, മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ അടങ്ങാത്ത അത്യാർത്തിയാണ് പ്രകൃതിയെ വല്ലാതെ നോവിക്കുന്നതിന് കാരണമായിട്ട് മാറുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രതികാരമെന്നോ പ്രതിഫലനമെന്നോ വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് വ്യാഖ്യാനിക്കാം. ഇത്തരം സംഭവങ്ങളെല്ലാം തന്നെ ആവർത്തിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്ത് വിവിധ രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളിൽ ഉയർന്നു വരുന്നതായിട്ടുള്ള കാർബൺ അത് എത്രമാത്രം ആപൽക്കരമായിട്ടുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ലോകത്താകമാനം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് ഇന്ന് ശാസ്ത്രലോകം കൃത്യമായിട്ട് തിരിച്ചറിയുകയും വർത്തമാന കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളിൽ പോലും അതിൻ്റെ വസ്തുതകളെ ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താൻ വേണ്ടി പരിശ്രമിക്കുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് പരിഹാരം കാണുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ അർത്ഥത്തിലുമുള്ള നടപടികൾ ലോകത്താകമാനം അത്യന്താപേക്ഷിതമാവുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യവും അക്കാര്യത്തിൽ പുതിയ നിയമനിർമ്മാണങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ആഹ്ലാദകരമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്, ആവേശകരമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. വളരെ നേരത്തെ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നിയമനിർമ്മാണമായിരുന്നു അതെന്ന് കാണാൻ വേണ്ടി സാധിക്കും. അതിന് സഹായകരമായ തരത്തിൽ കാർബണിൻ്റെ അളവ് എങ്ങനെ കുറയ്ക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി സാധിക്കും, കാർബൺ എങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നത് കേട്ടപ്പോൾ മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. EMC മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്തു എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും ലോകത്താർക്കും എവിടെയും അത് മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ആ നിലയിൽ ഈ വിഷയത്തെ എങ്ങനെ ഗൗരവത്തോടു കൂടി നമുക്ക് സമീപിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുമെന്നുള്ള ഗൗരവതരമായിട്ടുള്ള വിവിധ തലങ്ങളിലെ ചർച്ചകളാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇന്നത്തെ ദിവസം നടക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ ആകെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സെമിനാറിൻ്റെ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ആകെ ഒന്ന് നോക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. വളരെ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഷെഡ്യൂളാണ് ഇവിടെ തയ്യാറാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. അത് നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും, നമ്മുടെ വിവിധ മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും വളരെ സഹായകരമാകും. നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും ആ രംഗത്ത് ധാരാളം അറിവുള്ളവരാണ് ഇവിടെ പങ്കെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്ന നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും. പരസ്പരം അറിവുകൾ പങ്കുവെക്കാനും കൂടുതൽ അറിവുകൾ നേടാനും ഒക്കെ തന്നെ ഈ ദിവസത്തെ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സഹായകരമാകട്ടെ എന്ന ആത്മാർത്ഥമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രാർത്ഥനയോടെ ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൽ അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗം നടത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി അവസരം ലഭിച്ചതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം അറിയിച്ചും ഇന്ന് ധാരാളം പരിപാടികളുള്ള ദിവസമായതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ അധ്യക്ഷ പ്രസംഗം കഴിഞ്ഞ് പോകാൻ അനുവദിക്കണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നമസ്കാരം.
എനർജി മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ ആനുകാലിക പ്രസിദ്ധീകരണങ്ങളിലും ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ റേഡിയോ, ദൂരദർശൻ തുടങ്ങിയുള്ള ചാനലുകളിലുമൊക്കെ പ്രഭാഷണങ്ങളും ഈ ചർച്ചകളിലുമൊക്കെ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള ചില ഇൻപുട്സ് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങളൊരു ബുക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ PRO തയ്യാറാക്കി അത് ഇവിടെ ഇന്ന് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട MLA-യുടെ അടുത്ത് ഈ ബ്രോഷർ അനേർട്ട് ഡയറക്ടറിന് കൈമാറിക്കൊണ്ട് അത് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. സാർ ഉദ്ഘാടന പ്രസംഗം ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട വൈദ്യുതി വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ K. കൃഷ്ണൻകുട്ടി അവരുടെ വീഡിയോ നമുക്ക് കാണാം.
പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട കടകംപള്ളി ശ്രീധരൻ MLA, കേരള സർക്കാർ ഊർജ്ജ വകുപ്പിന്റെ കീഴിൽ എനർജി മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്ററാണ് ബ്യൂറോ ഓഫ് എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസി സംസ്ഥാന നിയുക്ത ഏജൻസിയായി കേരളത്തിൽ 2001 ഊർജ്ജ സംരക്ഷണ നിയമം സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് നടപ്പാക്കാനുള്ള ചുമതല EMC-ക്കാണ്. 2022 ഊർജ്ജ സംരക്ഷണ നിയമ ഭേദഗതിയിലൂടെ പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ നടപ്പാക്കേണ്ട പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് പിന്തുണ നൽകുകയും സുസ്ഥിര ഊർജ്ജ പരിവർത്തനത്തിന് നേതൃത്വം നൽകുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ദേശീയ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് വ്യാപാര പദ്ധതി സ്ഥാപിക്കാനുള്ള നടപടികൾ കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാർ ആരംഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി DEMYSTIFYING കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഫോർ സ്റ്റോക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് എന്ന പ്രമേയത്തിൽ എനർജി മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ സംസ്ഥാന തലത്തിൽ ഒരു ശില്പകല സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. ടൂറിസം, കൃഷി, വനം, വൈദ്യുതി, തുറമുഖങ്ങൾ, വ്യവസായം തുടങ്ങിയ പ്രധാന മേഖലകളിലെ പ്രതിനിധികളെ ഒരുക്കി അവബോധം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുകയും അറിവ് കൈമാറുകയും കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റുകളുടെ ഉത്പാദനവും ഉപയോഗവും മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിനുള്ള ഇടപെടലുകൾ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുകയുമാണ് ഈ പരിപാടിയുടെ ലക്ഷ്യങ്ങൾ. കേരളത്തിലെ വിവിധ വകുപ്പുകളും സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും ഊർജ്ജ കാര്യക്ഷമതയും സംരക്ഷണവും പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്ന നിരവധി പദ്ധതികൾ നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നു. കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ലഭ്യമാകാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള പല പദ്ധതികളും ഇവയിൽ കാണാം. എന്നാൽ ഇവ പലപ്പോഴും ഏകീകൃത സംവിധാനങ്ങളില്ലാതെ ഉത്പാദനം കൃത്യമായി കണക്കാക്കാനാവാത്ത രീതിയിലാണ് നടപ്പാക്കുന്നത്. ഈ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിന് ഏകോപിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഏകീകൃത കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് സംവിധാനത്തിന്റെ ആവശ്യവും അനിവാര്യമാണ്. ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്ന വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ഒരു അവബോധ സദസ്സിനപ്പുറം ഹരിത സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്കുള്ള കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഔദ്യോഗിക തുടക്കമായി മാറും. വകുപ്പുകളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ ഏകീകൃതവും ഉത്തരവാദിത്തപരവുമായ മാതൃകയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതോടൊപ്പം തൊഴിൽ സാധ്യതകൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുകയും നിക്ഷേപം ആകർഷിക്കുകയും കാലാവസ്ഥ പ്രതിരോധ ശേഷിയുള്ള സുസ്ഥിര സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിനും സഹായമാകുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. വിദ്യാർത്ഥി അധ്യാപക സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഊർജ്ജ സംരക്ഷണം അവബോധം കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതിനായി നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്ന ഉണർവ എന്ന ക്യാമ്പയിൻ വിദ്യാലയങ്ങളുമായി ചേർന്ന് EMC നിലവിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 വർഷങ്ങളായി 163 സ്കൂളുകളിലെ 12,000-ഓളം കുട്ടികൾ ഉണർവ് ക്യാമ്പയിനിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ശാസ്ത്രത്തെ മുറുകെ പിടിച്ചും ശാസ്ത്ര അവബോധം വളർത്തിയെടുത്ത് അതുവഴി നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയെ നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് നയിക്കാം. ഇന്ന് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന ചെറിയതും എന്നാൽ വലുതുമായ വിവിധ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് നാളത്തെ അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ചാരാശക്തിയാകുന്നത്. EMC നടപ്പാക്കുന്ന ഈ ഉദ്യമങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാ ഭാവങ്ങളും നേരുന്നു. ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും ആശംസകൾ നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഉണർവ് 3ാം വർഷ ക്യാമ്പയിന്റെ സംസ്ഥാന തല ഉദ്ഘാടനവും കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് സംബന്ധിച്ച വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിന്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടനവും നിർവഹിച്ചതായി അറിയിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Keynote address by Additional Chief Secretary Shri Puneet Kumar IAS.
It gives me immense pleasure to address this galaxy of experts and the participating stakeholders that Energy Management Center Kerala, functioning as the state's designated agency under the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India, is organizing a high-level workshop titled Demystifying Carbon Credits, Opportunities for Stakeholders. I am glad that this event is being held on 5th June 2025, coinciding with the World Environment Day. This event assumes added significance in the light of Kerala's ambitious and forward-looking climate policies, including its commitment to achieve net zero carbon emissions by mid-century. The global discourse on climate action is increasingly focused on synergizing energy security with decarbonization pathways. The Energy Conservation Amendment Act 2022 has catalyzed this effort by empowering the Government of India to establish a national carbon credit trading scheme, which is a robust market-based mechanism to incentivize and finance emission reduction. Aligned with this legislative mandate, the Government of Kerala, through Energy Management Center, is poised to spearhead carbon market readiness at the state levels. The upcoming workshop brings together a diverse cross-section of stakeholders from sectors such as tourism, agriculture, forestry, fisheries, port operations, and the power sector, and it certainly aims to deepen the awareness, build institutional capacity, and drive project-level implementation in almost all the important economic spheres. Kerala is exceptionally well positioned to adopt carbon credit mechanisms due to the foundational work laid under the State Energy Efficiency Action Plan and the Kerala Energy Transition Roadmap 2040. The State Energy Efficiency Action Plan identifies high-impact, sector-specific interventions across transport, buildings, industries, agriculture, and fisheries, ensuring targeted decarbonization. The Energy Transition Roadmap forecasts an increase in electricity consumption from 26,821 million units in financial year 2023 to 45,590 million units by financial year 2040, with a strategic goal to meet this entirely through renewable and clean energy resources. Carbon credits are seen as a catalytic tool to bridge this transition, offering a dual advantage of compliance on one hand and revenue generation through internationally tradable mitigation outcomes on the other. Kerala has previously demonstrated leadership in this domain through the Bachat Lamp Yojana, which is called CFL lighting scheme, and this is to replace the conventional incandescent lamps known as ICS with compact fluorescent lamps in the residential grid connected households during the period 2010-11, in which 1.26 crores CFLs were distributed to the domestic consumers in almost all the districts of the Kerala, and the same amount of ICLs were replaced from the grid. The replacement of ICLs with CFL ensured a reduction in the carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere, under which the state successfully earned 867,045 certified emission reductions registered with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The successful president serves as a model for new scalable projects under the voluntary and compliance carbon markets. Energy Management Center Kerala has also empaneled a network of expert carbon credit consultants to assist public sector bodies, departments, and eligible private sector players in identifying, developing, and registering viable carbon credit projects. Friends, in alignment with Kerala's broader climate vision, including its net zero declaration and commitment to sustainable and inclusive development, carbon finance is no longer just a regulatory mechanism. it is to be treated as a critical enabler of the green economy, and it is certainly means to attract international climate finance, drive innovation, and build resilient infrastructure. In fact, we should all appreciate that there is immense potential waiting to be unlocked. How? We can do so by doing our efforts in creating green buildings and creating sustainable infrastructure, by energy efficient irrigation and solar powered cold chains in the agriculture sector, retrofitting of public buildings and electrification of transport fleets will also help immensely in this regard. Smart city initiatives in various cities in the state will certainly lead to achieving these laudable goals. To operationalize this potential, various departments are encouraged to engage actively with the carbon credit cell established at Energy Management Center, identify carbon saving initiatives within their operational scope, collaborate with empaneled consultants for end-to-end project development activities, treat carbon credits as both a compliance strategy and a climate finance opportunity. I am very pleased to understand that this workshop is likely to serve as a launchpad for Kerala's entry into the prestigious carbon market with a long-term vision of becoming a net zero aligned climate resilient economy. And I am also very sure that the deliberations which will take place here in this workshop will inspire confidence of all the stakeholders, offer a lot of clarity on the issues and clear doubts, apart from setting the strategic direction for all the participating stakeholders. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടികളെ, പരിസ്ഥിതി ദിനത്തിൽ ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന്റെയും സുസ്ഥ ഭാവിയുടെയും പ്രാധാന്യം ഊന്നി പറയുന്ന ഡീമിസ്റ്റിഫൈങ് കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് എന്ന ശില്പശാലയോടൊപ്പം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളിലും അധ്യാപകരിലും ഊർജ അവബോധനം വളർത്തുന്നതിനായുള്ള ഉണർവ് ക്യാമ്പയിന്റെ 3ാം എഡിഷന്റെ സംസ്ഥാനതല ഉദ്ഘാടനവും എനർജി മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ നടത്തുന്നത് ഏറെ ഉചിതമായി. സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഗാർഹിക മേഖലയിലെ ഉയർന്ന വൈദ്യുതി ഉപഭോഗം കണക്കിലെടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ രണ്ട് പരിപാടികളും കാർബൺ ബഹിർഗമനം കുറയ്ക്കുന്നതിനും ഊർജക്ഷമത ഉള്ള ജീവിതശൈലി പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനും നിർണായകമായ പങ്ക് വഹിക്കുന്ന എന്ന മെസ്സേജ് കുട്ടികളിൽ എത്തിക്കുന്നു. ഉണർവ് ഊർജ അവബോധ പരിപാടിക്കും ആശംസ നേരുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി.
Special address by Honorable Chief Executive Officer of ANAT, Shri Narendranath Belluri IFS.
ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട യോഗാധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ കടകംപള്ളി സുരേന്ദ്രൻ MLA കലക്കൂട്ടം അവർകൾ, സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിച്ച എന്നെ കൊലീഗ് ശ്രീ ഡോക്ടർ ഹരികുമാർ, ഡയറക്ടർ EMC, ഇന്ന് ചടങ്ങ് ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട വൈദ്യുതി വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ K. കൃഷ്ണൻകുട്ടി അവർകൾ, കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ് ആശംസിച്ച ശ്രീ പുനീത് കുമാർ IAS അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി പവർ അവർകൾ, മറ്റ് ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന വിവിധ വകുപ്പിൻ്റെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥർ, ടെക്നിക്കൽ എക്സ്പെർട്സ്, മറ്റേ എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഈ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് അവിടെ എനിക്ക് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക അനുബന്ധമുണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് 1997 ഈ ക്ലീൻ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസം ക്യോട്ടോ പ്രോട്ടോക്കോൾ എൻ്റെ പേരിൽ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ 2005 ആണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റേഷൻ തുടങ്ങിയത്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സിവിൽ സർവീസ് പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ 2006 തുടങ്ങിയത്. സോ അപ്പോൾ ഈ ക്ലീൻ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസം എങ്ങനെയാണ് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത് ആൻഡ് ഡെയിലി ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പേഴ്സിലോ ജനറൽ സ്റ്റഡീസിലോ അത് ഒരു ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആസ്പെക്റ്റ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് സോ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഈ ക്ലീൻ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസം നടപ്പിലാക്കി വരുന്നുണ്ടോ അങ്ങനെ അബ്സർവ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ആൻഡ് സോ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ക്യോട്ടോ പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ? അന്നത്തെ നിങ്ങൾ ഈ സിവിൽ സർവീസസ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പേപ്പേഴ്സ് നോക്കിയാൽ സോ ഈ ക്യോട്ടോ പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ആൻഡ് CDMs സോ വെർ എൻ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റ്. പക്ഷേ ഇതുവരെ സോ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇത് നടപ്പിലാക്കി വരുന്നത് അതായത് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായിട്ടില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് COP21 സോ ഇതിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ എക്സ്പാൻഡിങ് ഇറ്റ് ടു അതർ കൺട്രീസ്. സോ നേരത്തെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ സോ EMCയുടെ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ചില റെയർ പ്രോജക്ട്സ് മാത്രമാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഈ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസമിൽ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് സോ കുറച്ച് ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് ഗെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയത്. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേക കാരണം ആൾസോ നേരത്തെ തന്നെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് അണ്ടർ ദിസ് UN ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക്, UNFCCയുടെ വലിയ ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിലായതുകൊണ്ട് സോ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് ക്രെഡിറ്റ്. സോ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്നതാണ്. സോ ഇഫ് യു വാണ്ട് ടു ഗെറ്റ് ബാങ്ക് ലോൺ സോ നിങ്ങളുടെ KYC നോക്കും. സോ പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ എന്താണ് സിബിൽ സ്കോർ എങ്ങനെയാണ്, സോ ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ യുവർ സിബിൽ സ്കോർ പിന്നെ റീപേയ്മെൻറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസം എങ്ങനെയാണ്, സോ ഹൗ ഈസ് ഇറ്റ്, സോ ഇതെല്ലാം നോക്കിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മുടെ ബാങ്ക്സ് നമുക്ക് ഈ ലോൺ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഇതേ രീതിയിലോ സോ നമുക്ക് ജനറലി ടു അവൈൽ ദ ലോൺ സോ വിൽ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഓക്കെ നാഷണലൈസ്ഡ് ബാങ്ക്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സ് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. സോ ലോക്കൽ ബാങ്ക്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ നമുക്ക് എളുപ്പമുണ്ടാകും. So that is how we also approach for loan. So it is similar thing. So UNFCC ആയതുകൊണ്ട് അവരുടെ stringent norms. So ആ stringent normsലോ സോ ഈ ക്രെഡിറ്റിന് നമ്മൾ സെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് നമുക്ക് എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി സോ ഉള്ള ഒരുപാട് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകൾ ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് സോ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യ സോ ഈ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് they have started coming. പക്ഷേ ഇതിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമുണ്ടാണെങ്കിൽ സോ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് നമുക്ക് സോ ഇന്ത്യ കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രൽ ഗോൾസ് 2070 ആയാലും കേരളം 2050 കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രൽ ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ശ്രമത്തിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രൽ ആക്കണമാണെങ്കിൽ സോ പല സെക്ടർസ് ഇനി ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേരുന്ന എല്ലാ സെക്ടർസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളതാണ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സോളറൈസേഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ KSEBയുടെ സൈഡിനുണ്ട് സോ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിൻ്റെ സോളറൈസേഷൻ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടന്നു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ അതർവൈസ് KSEBയിൽ വലിയ ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. 10,000 മെഗാവാട്ടാണ് നമുക്ക് 2030 വരെ ഉള്ള പ്രൊജക്ഷൻസ്. സോ ഈ 10,000 മെഗാവാട്ടിൻ്റെ ഇൻസ്റ്റലേഷൻസ് നടക്കണമാണെങ്കിൽ സോ ദർ ഈസ് നീഡ് ഫോർ ഫൈനാൻസ്. സോ വിറ്റമിൻ M ആവശ്യമാണ്. സോ ഈ ഫിനാൻസിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യം വരുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് ഈസി. സോ എല്ലാ പ്രാവശ്യം പോയിട്ട് സോ ലോൺ എടുത്തിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഫിനാൻസസ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ പ്രോജക്ട്സിലേക്ക് സോ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി എസ്പെഷ്യലി ദീർഘകാലിക പ്രോജക്ട്സിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇറ്റ് ഹാസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൺ റിസ്ക്സ്. സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് സോ വെദർ ദർ ഈസ് എനി മെക്കാനിസം സോ വെയർ വി ക്യാൻ ലിവറേജ് ദീസ് പ്രോജക്ട്സ് സോ ഈ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് അനെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ലിവറേജ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ ആണ്. ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ഈസി. സോ ഐ ഹാവ് ബീൻ ട്രൈയിങ് വിത്ത് കവിൻ. സോ നമ്മൾ ഈ സോലാർ സിറ്റി പ്രോജക്റ്റായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് ഒരു 18 മെഗാവാട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റാളേഷൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഒരു 7 മെഗാവാട്ടിന് നമ്മൾ സോ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഒരു ആൾമോസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 6-7 months ആയിട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കുന്നതാണ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് സോ ഈ ഒരു മോഡൽ എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സോ വി ഹാവ് എ മാൻഡേറ്റ് ടു സോളറൈസ് ഓൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ബിൽഡിങ്സ് ബൈ December 2025. സോ അപ്പോൾ ആൾമോസ്റ്റ് ഏകദേശം ഒരു 200-300 കോടിയുടെ പൈസ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. സോ ഒരു മോഡൽ എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ഫണ്ട്സ് റേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കുന്നതാണ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് സോ വി ആർ ഡിസ്കസിങ് ദ സെയിം തിങ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് സ്റ്റിൽ ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട്. So still very difficult to because the regulations of so ee credit in nama market cheyinumanengil international regulations especially on grid systems. So on grid systems lo ulla PPAs idella vechittu so idu market cheyyunnathu bhayankara prayasamoda kuda oru issue aanu. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല സോ അഗൈൻ നമ്മുടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് സോ വി ആർ ഡൂയിങ് ദിസ് ഗ്രീൻ ഇൻകം സ്കീം ഹരിത വരുമാന പദ്ധതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് സോ ഈ പാവപ്പെട്ട ആൾക്കാരുടെ വീട്ടിൽ 2 kilowatt സിസ്റ്റം വെച്ച് കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അവർക്ക് ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് ഇൻഡക്ഷൻ സ്റ്റൗ ആൻഡ് കുറച്ച് കുക്കിംഗ് യുട്ടൻസിൽസ് നമ്മൾ നൽകുന്നുണ്ട്. സെയിം EMC ഓൾസോ അങ്ങനെ അംഗൻവാടീസ് അംഗൻ ജ്യോതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു സ്കീം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ ദേ വർ ഓൾസോ ബിഹൈൻഡ് ഫണ്ട്സ്. സോ 33,000 അംഗൻവാടിക്ക് സോ കുറച്ച് മോഡലായിട്ട് പൈലറ്റായിട്ട് അവർ കുറച്ച് അംഗൻവാടി ചെയ്തു, നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് വീടുകൾ ചെയ്തു ലൈക്ക് 2000. സോ പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള വീടുകൾ ഓൺലി ലൈഫ് മിഷൻ വീടുകൾ മാത്രമേ എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ 3.5 ലക്ഷം വീടുകളുണ്ട്. സോ അംഗൻവാടി എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ 33,000 അംഗൻവാടി. സോ വി നീഡ് ഫണ്ട്സ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. സോ സെയിം അഗൈൻ 6.2 നമ്മ ഇപ്പോൾ ക്ലീൻ കുക്കിങ്ങിനെ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ വി ആർ ട്രൈയിങ് ഔട്ട് വിത്ത് റെന്യൂ പവർ. സോ ഒരു 1000 പൈലറ്റ് ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ ക്ലീൻ കുക്കിംഗ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് സോ വിത്തൗട്ട് എനി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ്, സോ ഓൺലി ബൈ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ്സ് ക്യാൻ വി ഡു ദിസ് ക്ലീൻ കുക്കിംഗ് മെക്കാനിസം ഫോർ ഓൾ ദി BPL ഫാമിലീസ്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് വെരി വെരി ഡിഫിക്കൾട്ട് അൺലെസ് ആൻഡ് അൺടിൽ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്സ് എക്സ്പ്ലോർ. സോ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ഇൻ ആൻഡ് ഔട്ട്, ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് സോ ഇന്ന് നാളെ നമ്മ ലോൺ എടുക്കുന്ന പരിപാടിയില്ല. സോ ഇറ്റ് ടേക്സ് മന്ത്സ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ടേക്സ് ടൈം ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ്. സോ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് രജിസ്ട്രീസ് അവരുടെ ആവശ്യങ്ങൾ എന്താണ്, സോ ഇതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സമയമെടുക്കും. സോ ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള വർക്ക്ഷോപ്സ് ആണ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ഓപ്പൺ അപ്പ് ദി മൈൻഡ്സ് ഓഫ് ദ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്സ് ഹു ആർ പ്രസന്റ് ഹിയർ. സോ എസ്പെഷ്യലി ടു എക്സ്പ്ലോർ. സോ നമ്മ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ there is time that we have to move out of dependence on plan funds. You have to explore funds if you need to do something meaningful in the place where you are staying. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെയുള്ള സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള വർക്ക്ഷോപ്സ്, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ദിസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് എക്സ്പേർട്സ് will open up your mind in understanding actually what this concept is. നമ്മുടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ, സോ ഇതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ദിസ് വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ടിൽ ഈവനിങ് വിൽ ബി വെരി വെരി ഹെൽപ്ഫുൾ. കമ്മിങ് ടു ദി സെക്കൻഡ് പോയിന്റ്, ഞാൻ അതാ പറയുന്നത്. സോ നേരത്തെ ഈ UNFCCയുടെ റെഗുലേഷൻസ് വളരെ വളരെ സ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ആയതുകൊണ്ട്, സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് റീസണാണ് സോ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ഇന്ത്യൻ കാർബൺ മാർക്കറ്റ് നമ്മൾ ഇവോൾവ് ചെയ്ത് വരുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് അണ്ടർ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ആക്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ബ്യൂറോ ഓഫ് എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസിയുടെ താഴെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട്, so to see that it is a part of our culture. So ചെറിയ examples like EMC ചെയ്തത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ Google is tying up with farmers for gaining carbon credits. So agriculture department lo വളരെ അപൂർവമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു 4-5 എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ഇല്ലാതെ we don't have many examples all over the country. പക്ഷേ യൂറോപ്യൻ മാർക്കറ്റ് സോ ഈസ് നൗ ഡിമാൻഡിങ് എ ലോട്ട്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ CBAMs. സോ EUവിൻ്റെ നമ്മൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് വി നീഡ് ദിസ് CBAMs. സോ അതെന്താണ് നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ എക്സ്പോർട്ടേഴ്സ്ക്ക് കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല. And there is a time then that we will be moving out from the subsidy scheme. So ഇന്ന് നാളെ കിട്ടുന്ന സബ്സിഡി, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ all the schemes that are implemented now are having subsidy only till 2027. So ഈ സബ്സിഡി കുറച്ച് സെഗ്മെന്റ്സ് മാത്രമാണ് ഉള്ളത്, ലൈക്ക് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് സെക്ടർ. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ C&I സെഗ്മെന്റ് എന്താ ചെയ്യണം? സോ ഹൗ ദേ വിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് മണി ഓൺ ദിസ്, ബിക്കോസ് അവർക്ക് മാൻഡേറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, ലൈക്ക് RPO, renewable purchase obligations. They have mandates on them to reduce their carbon emissions. So ഇവരെല്ലാവർക്കും മനസ്സിലാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ so this investment ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ so there is a need for this kind of fund that is available through this carbon credits. And അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ട് സോ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ സോ വി ക്യാൻ സസ്റ്റെയിൻ ഇൻ ദി കോമ്പറ്റേറ്റീവ് മാർക്കറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇവോൾവിംഗ് അറൗണ്ട് അസ്, എസ്പെഷ്യലി in the tariff based markets. That is നമ്മൾ ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ 2-3 മാസമായിട്ട് വായിക്കുന്ന ഈ ടാരിഫ് ബേസ്ഡ് മാർക്കറ്റ്സിൽ ഇവോൾവ് ആവണമെങ്കിൽ സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് സോ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അതിൻ്റെ കാരണമാണ് നമുക്ക് ഇന്ത്യയിലോ സോ ഇത് ടു ബ്രിങ് ഇറ്റ് മോർ ക്ലോസർ ടു ദ പീപ്പിൾ ഈ ഇന്ത്യയിലോ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് മെക്കാനിസം തുടങ്ങിയത്. സോ അത് ഇന്നത്തെ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിലോ ഇവിടെ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ വകുപ്പുകൾക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ് വരുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചിട്ട് സോ എനിക്ക് ഈ അവസരം കൊടുത്ത, ഞാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഒരു ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫില്ലിംഗ് ആണ് ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ സ്റ്റിൽ ഒരു അവസരം കൊടുത്ത EMC ആൻഡ് എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിട്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നമസ്കാരം. താങ്ക് യു.
ഊർജ്ജ സംരക്ഷണ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ, ഡെമോൺസ്ട്രേഷൻ പ്രോജക്ട്സ്, കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് ഇവ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് EMCയും HLL ലൈഫ് കെയർ ലിമിറ്റഡിൻ്റെ HLL അക്കാഡമിയുമായിട്ട് ഒരു MOU സൈൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് കൈമാറുന്ന ഒരു ചടങ്ങ് ഇന്ന് നല്ല ദിവസം ലോക പരിസ്ഥിതി ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുകയാണ്. ഡോക്ടർ നിരീഷ് PH, ഡെപ്യൂട്ടി വൈസ് പ്രസിഡന്റ് HLL, അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം EMCയുടെ രജിസ്ട്രാർ സുഭാഷ് ബാബുവിനെ ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. അടുത്ത വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ് ആണ്. അതിന് പോകുന്നതിന് തൊട്ട് മുമ്പ് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറയണമെന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിച്ച എംഎൽഎക്ക് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് തിരക്കുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പറയാതെ വിട്ടത്. എനർജി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്റർ ഈ കാർബൺ വെല്ലൂരി സാറ് സംസാരിച്ചതിന് കണ്ടിന്യൂഷനായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് തിങ്. ഇതൊരു കുറച്ച് ഒരു ട്രിക്കി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാധനമാണ്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളത് അനുഭവിച്ചത് കൊണ്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ഇത് കൺസൾട്ടൻസിന് ഒരുപാട് കാശ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടൊക്കെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ PDD എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന ഈ സാധനങ്ങൾ UNFCCക്കൊക്കെ സബ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്തതുമൊക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി ഓരോ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റും ഇത്തരം പ്രോജക്ട്സ് വരുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ഓരോ കൺസൾട്ടൻസിന് എംപാനൽമെൻറ്റ് പ്രോസസ്സ് നടത്തണം. പിന്നെ നടത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇത് ചെയ്യണം. ഈ ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സ് കുറച്ചും കൂടെ എളുപ്പത്തിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് എനർജി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്റർ ഒരു കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ഫെസിലിറ്റേഷൻ സെൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരെണ്ണം രൂപീകരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഔപചാരികമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ലോഞ്ച് ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മിനിസ്റ്ററും കൂടെ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം നടക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് വി ഹാവ് എംപാനൽഡ് ദ കൺസൾട്ടൻസ്. ഈ കൺസൾട്ടൻസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം വിത്തൗട്ട് എനി കോസ്റ്റ്. ഇതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത. ഞങ്ങൾ കോസ്റ്റ് കൊടുത്താണ് ഇവരെ ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. ഒരു പണവും ഇപ്പം അപ്ഫ്രണ്ടായിട്ട് ഒരു പണവും കൊടുക്കാതെ. കാരണം നേരത്തെ അദ്ദേഹം സൂചിപ്പിച്ച മാതിരി ഇത് കിട്ടുമോ, എന്ന് കിട്ടും, എവിടെ കിട്ടും? കാരണം ഇതൊക്കെ രാഷ്ട്രീയവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ഈ ഊർജ്ജമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് തന്നെ രാഷ്ട്രീയമായിട്ട് വളരെ ബന്ധമുള്ള ഒരു മേഖലയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് അതിനേക്കാൾ രാഷ്ട്രീയമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ഇത് എന്ന് കിട്ടുമെന്നൊന്നും നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ആ ഒരു റിസ്ക് കൺസൾട്ടൻസ് എടുക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഷെയറിംഗ് പാറ്റേൺ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആ രൂപത്തിലായിരിക്കും. എത്രത്തോളം റിസ്ക് അവരെടുക്കുമോ അതിനകത്ത് അവർക്ക് ഷെയർ കൂടുതൽ കിട്ടും. എത്രത്തോളം റിസ്ക് നമ്മളെടുക്കുമോ നമുക്ക് ഷെയർ കൂടുതൽ കിട്ടും. അത് ഒരു ട്രേഡ് ഓഫ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ വിശദീകരണങ്ങൾ നടക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അതിനുവേണ്ടി ഒരു കാർബൺ സെല്ല് ഫോം ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതിൽ കൺസൾട്ടൻസായിട്ട് വന്നവർക്ക് ചിലർക്ക് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ, ഫോറസ്ട്രി, ചിലർക്ക് ലാൻഡ് യൂസ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ആ മേഖലകളിൽ, ചിലർക്ക് എനർജി ആയിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ അവരുടെ കഴിവെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് ചൂസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യവും ഈ വന്നിട്ടുള്ള പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പ്രൈവറ്റ് സെക്ടറിന് വേണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ സംഗതി അവർക്കും ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്താം. ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് അവർക്ക് തന്നെ ചൂസ് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഡിസൈൻ ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റും ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളുമൊക്കെ അതൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ വിശദീകരിക്കും. എങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയാണ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ വിശദീകരിക്കും. അതോടൊപ്പം ഇത് കുറേ ഒരു അവബോധവും കൂടി, കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിങ്ങും ഇതിനകത്ത് ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്ന പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് ഞങ്ങളിവിടെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഓഫീസാണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ടൊരു വെർഷൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ അവിടെ QR കോഡ് വച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. QR കോഡ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്ന പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് PDF ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്ത് കിട്ടും. അതോടൊപ്പം ഒരു ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ഫോമും QR കോഡും അവിടെ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ QR കോഡ് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് പറയുക. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിൽ കൂടുതൽ എന്താണ് വേണ്ടത്, സോ ദാറ്റ് നമ്മളെ ഈ സെല്ലിൻ്റെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിനനുസരിച്ച് ക്രമീകരിക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ശുചിത്വ മിഷൻ, നവകേരള മിഷൻ പദ്ധതി, കർമ്മ പദ്ധതി, ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയുള്ള പല ആളുകളുമായിട്ട് നേരത്തെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ജില്ലാതലത്തിൽ, പഞ്ചായത്ത് തലത്തിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള അവരുടെ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസിന് ഒരു കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ്, ഒരു ട്രെയിനിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ ഏതാണ്ട് 280ഓളം റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിൽ ചില ആൾക്കാർ ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസിന് ഇതിന് വേണ്ടി ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവർ സംസാരിക്കുന്ന മിക്കവാറും എല്ലാം ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലായിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ താഴേക്കടയിലേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നമുക്ക് മലയാളം ലാംഗ്വേജിൽ പറയുന്നതാണ് കൂടുതൽ അഭികാമ്യം. അപ്പോൾ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസിനെ ഞങ്ങൾ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് ആ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസിൻ്റെ സേവനവും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഈ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു വലിയൊരു ക്യാമ്പയിൻ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ 91 പഞ്ചായത്ത് ആണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രൽ പഞ്ചായത്തായിട്ട് എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് പൈലറ്റ് പദ്ധതി. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം, എങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യണം, ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ വലിയൊരു സംഖ്യ ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുമോ, അതോ 2%, 3%ആണോ കിട്ടുന്നത് വരുമാനം, ഇതൊക്കെ ഒരു ട്രിക്കി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാം. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ ഡിസ്കഷൻ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഞാൻ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊന്നും പറയുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു സേവനവും കൂടി നമുക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം. നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ കയ്യിൽ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസ് നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ താല്പര്യമുള്ളവരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവരെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നോമിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. വി വിൽ കണ്ടക്ട് എ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺ, ഒരു ട്രെയിനിങ് ഓഫ് ട്രെയിനേഴ്സ്, TOT എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് നടത്താം. ഇവർ നിങ്ങളുടെ മറ്റ് ജില്ലാ ഓഫീസുകളിലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ താഴെക്കട്ടിലോ ഈ അറിവ് പകർന്നു നൽകാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇവരെ നമുക്ക് ഇത് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം. ഇതാണ് എനിക്ക് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും പറയേണ്ടത്. നേരത്തെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ ഇവരുടെ പൈസ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്ന എമൗണ്ട് ഈ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റിനനുസരിച്ച് അത് അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു രീതിയായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അപ്ഫ്രണ്ട് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പൈസ കൊടുക്കുക കൊടുക്കേണ്ട ഒരു സാഹചര്യവും ഇവിടെ വരുന്നില്ല. ഇത് കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് കിട്ടുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വി പേ ദ മണി, അതർവൈസ് ആ പൈസ. അപ്പോൾ അത്രയും കോൺഫിഡൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കൺസൾട്ടൻസി ഇതിനകത്ത് വന്ന് നമ്മളുമായിട്ട് പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എടുക്കത്തും ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം ഒന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഇനി ഔപചാരികമായി വളരെ ക്വിക്കായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ്, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ചായ, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ വിൽ ഹാവ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ. ഞങ്ങൾ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന 3 സെഷൻസ് ഫോർനൂണിലും 3 ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ വൈകുന്നേരം ഒരു 4 മണിയോടുകൂടി അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലാണ് ഈ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ Q&A ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും ആൾക്കാർ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഒരു റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ളത്, Q&A സെഷൻ കൃത്യമായിട്ടൊന്ന് അവിടെ നിന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു ഡിബേറ്റിലേക്ക് പോകാത്ത രീതിയിൽ, ഒരു പ്രസംഗം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ വരാതെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് വളരെ ഷാർപ്പ് ക്രിസ്പായിട്ട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ചോദിക്കുക. പറ്റുന്ന ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇവിടെ ആൻസർ ചെയ്യും, ഇല്ലാത്തത് വി ക്യാൻ ഹാവ് എ FAQ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ പിന്നെ ഇത് നമുക്ക് സൈറ്റിൽ ഇടുകയും ചെയ്യാം, ഇമെയിലായിട്ട് അയക്കുകയും ചെയ്യാം. ഒരു പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷൻ കൂടെ നമ്മൾ അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് ആ രീതിയിൽ ടൈമിങ് വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് നോക്കണമെന്നും കൂടി അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ്.
അധ്യക്ഷൻ ശ്രീ കടകംപള്ളി സുരേന്ദ്രൻ അവർ MLA, ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട വൈദ്യുതി വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത ശ്രീ K. കൃഷ്ണൻകുട്ടി അവർ, ഊർജ്ജ വകുപ്പ് അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി ശ്രീ പുനീത് കുമാർ IAS, നരേന്ദ്രനാഥ് വെല്ലൂരി സർ IFS, CEO അനാട്ട്, നമ്മുടെ ഡയറക്ടർ ഡോക്ടർ R. ഹരികുമാർ, ഈ സദസ്സിനെ സമ്പുഷ്ടമാക്കിയ വിവിധ വകുപ്പ് തല തലവന്മാരെ, വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ, സന്ദീപ്, അനൂപ്, എൻ്റെ സഹപ്രവർത്തകരെ, എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒറ്റ വാക്കിൽ സമയത്തിൻ്റെ പരിമിതികളിലെടുത്ത് ഒറ്റ വാക്കിൽ നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ചടങ്ങ്, ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടന ചടങ്ങ് അവസാനിച്ച് പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവരും ചായ ലക്ഷ്മി ചായ വിളിക്കാം.
ടീ ബ്രേക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞ് എല്ലാവരും പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ എത്തണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ
Ellavarkku namaskaram. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kavin Kumar Kandasamy. I'm the founder and CEO of Proclaim. A big thank you to the wonderful organizers in EMC, Dr. Hari and his team, for putting this together. I know they took about almost 45 days to plan this, giving us enough notice to get here and be with you all. And I'd like to thank the Honorable MLA and the Managing Director of ENERT. But quickly, moving on into why we are here, to help you demystify carbon credits. How many of you know something about carbon credits? Can I ask you to quickly raise your hands, please? I know something. I know what it means. Okay? That's lesser than 5 or 10 hands, right? So now I'm going to take the next 15 minutes to give you an understanding of the concept of carbon markets, the concept of carbon credits, how emissions and the global story work, and then we will have, a 5-minute open session for Q&A, and my peers from the other companies here will be evolving further into more specific topics about registries and different stakeholders, greenhouse gas accounting, so on and so forth. So some questions might be reserved for them later, but I will touch upon the broad concepts now so that I do not overstep into their area of presentation that comes by later. So bear with us through the whole day, because a well-informed audience is a better market and a better industry to work with also. Okay, now I'm going to get used to this. Can I get the next slide, please? Okay, super. A little about Proclaim. Proclaim is what you would call a climate company. And today there is no terminology like climate company. It's either an environmental company or an advisory company. But the concept of a climate company is quickly evolving. So more companies that provide any sort of climate related services can put them in the bucket of a climate company. We consider ourselves a thought leader in this space. I personally started off my journey in education. I run 7 private schools across Tamil Nadu. I run a skilling company, and I'm also part of a large public infrastructure company. About 4.5 to 5 years back, I pivoted completely to climate as a father. No amount of wealth is going to save this world if you cannot find a way to save this world and leave it in a better generation. And the only way we know how to do it is you and I, all of us together, do it with a mindset of, does it bring about livelihood? Does it make me, take care of my family and take care of Mother Earth? And that is how I got into the climate space. Today we're Singapore headquartered. We operate in India from the Chennai office. We work across 8 states in India. We are official partners to the government of Sri Lanka and developing close to 6 projects in Sri Lanka. We're also official partners to the government of Nepal and have 60% of the carbon markets from renewable energy managed by Procline. All of this in a very focused time of about 2.5 years since our inception, but the company is about 4.5 years old. So that's primarily Procline. We have 6 projects fully up and running and close to 29 projects in the pipeline that will be commissioned before December 2025. That is just to give you an opening of what is Procline all about. I have been personally visiting Trivandrum for carbon markets with EMC and everybody for the better part of the last 1.5 years. So this journey with the government of Kerala and with EMC in specific is a steady process, and it needs participants like you to come in. And only then we're able to transform from intent into action. Now, with that out of the way, sorry.
ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും വന്നു എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. KL36K8464 ഈ വണ്ടി നമ്പർ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും ആണോ? ഒന്ന് അടിയന്തരമായി ചെല്ലണം, വണ്ടി ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടേക്കാണ്. ഓക്കെ സർ, താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you. So just flipping back immediately into progress as that gets sorted. Now, the first thing I'd like all of you to understand, if you understand this slide, you'll be able to understand everything through the day. How many of you think terrorism is a big problem? Please put your hands. I'm not being political. Just put your hands. Right. How many of you think every country has a terrorism problem? Lesser hands. How many of you think climate change is a problem? Please put your hands. How many of you think every country has a climate change problem? Right. The biggest problem that unites us across the world is climate change. Right? It's economics, it's climate change, it's the only large problem that 198 countries have signed off on. Now, to quantify the impact on climate change, I think this should work. Everybody, all the scientists and everybody, when they started off, they were like, hey, it's an emission problem, right? So if you take a look at our lifestyle, this room, everything we do produces carbon emissions. We're a carbon economy. We've been based on fossil fuels for quite some time. But about 30 years back to 40 years back, what we would have done if you asked somebody, environment or economy, you would have been like, economy, right? After war, after everything, World War II, you'd have been like, we want progress. Environment, maybe we'll think about it later. But today, environment and economy go hand in hand. It is not 2 different things anymore. It's one. So if you take a look at carbon emissions, which is the single largest contributor, or carbon equivalent emissions, and I know there is a session on GHG, greenhouse gases, later in the day. They will tell you which type of gases contribute to the carbon markets. You have an excess of the carbon market in the atmosphere. It causes global warming. How? Heat that comes in is not able to go out. It's called the greenhouse gas effect. So heat that is retained in the atmosphere is causing weather pattern changes. What are the types of problems it's causing? Heat waves, cold waves, fires, droughts, flooding, marine heat waves, tropical cyclones. Everything because of excess emissions, right? So today we're going to talk about how This is an emission market turned carbon market. Okay? So remember, if you understand where the effect has to be, that's on the emissions. Anything we has to do has to be on the emissions. How do we address all of that is where we are going into. And because of that, there is rising poverty. You know, women are more subject to climate change than men. Why? Men go away on work, women are still back in their estates, in their farms, and they have to, work with the adversities of climate change. And there's a lot of challenges like that. There's so many different challenges just because of the adversity of climate change. So, emission problem is where the carbon market comes from. So, totally, I'm going to say, in 2020, there were about 48 gigatons of emissions. You see this gray line here? Carbon markets, because of carbon markets, 5% of global emissions were mitigated. Because of something called compliance markets, which I will talk about now, close to 11% were mitigated. And because of voluntary markets, 0.2, and this one is because of carbon taxes. So which means, globally, about 84% of the emissions is still out there. It is still out there. Nobody is doing something about it. So which, again, means that problem is now an opportunity for the state of Kerala. Can state of Kerala do something about it, contribute a climate service to the world, and benefit from it? And that is where the carbon markets come in. So a lot of people do not know what India's emissions are like, so I'm going to take you through it. When I say energy or power is contributing to 33%, you will agree. But if I said agriculture is contributing to 25%, you'd be like, why? What has agriculture done to you? Right? Agriculture actually contributes about 25% of India's emissions, which means farmers are at the front line and are the biggest fight against climate change. If somebody can solve 25% of the problem, you need to talk to farmers. Okay? So apart from that, industry, which again power is different and manufacturing is different, transportation 5%, waste, a year back we're all aware of the dump yard problem in Kochi, right, which was a burning nightmare. That is a lot of methane released into the atmosphere. Waste contributes about 5%, 4%, and then you have built environment and so on and so forth. So now I've given you the global understanding of how emissions contribute to global warming and climate change, and what is India's landscape like, and how much emissions are not addressed. Sorry if I'm blocking you, I'm moving back here. So how much emissions are not addressed? So how many of you see that as just a challenge, and how many of you see it as an opportunity to do the right thing? Please put your hands up. You don't know how, but you think it's an opportunity. Hopefully by the end of the presentation, I'd like everybody to lift their hands up, because a problem is an opportunity to fix economically and as a livelihood, right? So that is just the same, but one thing I want you to remember, India is a developing or an emerging economy. As an emerging economy, it's going to be very hard for us to find the balance. Don't use Western metrics to define our life. No, that's wrong. Okay? Per capita emissions in other countries could be at 6%. I mean 6 tons per person, or even 8 tons in certain countries. Ours is only 2 tons. But does that mean we can continue to pollute? No, you can't. I go to Colombo, there'd be like a bad forest fire day in Kerala is a smoky day in Colombo. It's not Colombo's problem. But what happens here affects the world. What happens in some other part of the world affects us, right? It's as simple as that. So it is good for you to know that we are minuscule in per capita, right? But we are an emerging economy, and the more we become, a developed economy, we'll be more used to the luxuries of life, and we will also be producing a lot of carbon emissions. Now, emissions are normally broken down into scope 1, 2, and 3. I'm just touching upon it for 20 seconds, and I'm sure later on, my peers will talk about it. Emissions that you contribute directly is called scope 1. Emission that you contribute through your power and other sources is called scope 2. And emissions that come through your supply chain. Let's say if somebody is supplying something to me, their emissions being part of my product is called scope 3. You can correct me later, gentlemen, but as you evolve, I know, Doctor, you'll be talking about it. So, now, to address all of these, the world came up with the carbon markets. Now, we know emissions are a problem. We know how much of it is happening in India, how much of it is, sort of playing out without being addressed. So they said, how do we do this? So they all got together and said, let's get the company that is polluting to be able to contribute financially to somebody who is willing to do this climate service. Okay? So the first market I would like to talk about is called the voluntary carbon market. The voluntary carbon market today means close to 9,000 companies across the world, 9,000 companies have decided they will have some sort of carbon neutral or net zero target. That means today my company, which is producing so many cars, I would like to produce them with lesser emissions or close to neutral emissions. Whatever I put out, I'll balance it myself. Okay? 9,000 companies have agreed to go carbon neutral at some point. So that is what the voluntary market is. Voluntary market means nobody's putting a gun to your head. You're doing it because you want to do it. It's a free supply and demand market. I hope that makes sense. Voluntary is no gun to the head. Compliance market, on the other hand, is what the Indian carbon market and every other global market is now moving to, which tells, hey, IOCL, you're an oil company. Hey, BPCL, all of you cannot produce more than X amount of emissions per liter of fuel. So they're putting a target. And compliance market means the country is taking a stand and saying, per ton of aluminum, I'm going to put out so much of targets for emissions. Per ton of timber, it's not there yet. I'm just giving you an example, but for aluminum, it is there. So don't quote me on that yet. But you get it. Compliance is when there is a decision saying, this is your target emission per ton of so much, per dash of so much. You have to meet it. If you don't meet it, you have to pay a price. So compliance market means there is a central body, like the Indian carbon market by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, clearly saying that this is the target and this is what you will have to adhere to. So you see the difference between voluntary and compliance? Voluntary is a global market. I can produce one carbon credit in India and sell it to somebody in America, but compliance is mostly geographic specific. What happens in India can only stay in India. Okay? So that is just quickly for you to know where it is. But let's imagine if a country says, I'm Sri Lanka, I have met my target, I don't have so many industries, I'm producing lesser emissions per capita than anybody in the world. For example, Bhutan. Bhutan is a carbon negative country. Now Bhutan can say, I want to sell my excess. I'm doing so much of service. My trees are sucking carbon. My water is, contributing to ecosystem benefits, right? 3 weeks back, I was with the Prime Minister of Nepal. There was something called the Sagar Mada Sambad, which means it's the Mount Everest summit, right? Sagar Mada is Mount Everest. He says, hey, my mountains, which is global mountains, is a refrigerator for the world. I'm providing a service, but my glaciers are melting. Who's going to pay for this? Right? So when a country wants to do business in the carbon markets with another country, it is called Article 6, right? To the organized, just keep the slides on, please. I think it'll be easier for us to focus. So Article 6 means, sorry. Article 6 means when a country wants to do business with another country. 6.2 means I am India, I'm talking to Singapore and saying, hey Singapore, you have so much of investments, all your investments are costing so much of emissions, let my country sell my excess credits to you and we both will determine what modus operandi, right? One ton so much, one price so much. So Article 6.2 is bilateral business. Article 6.4 is when I register my impact of carbon credits or any other things in an exchange, which is UNFCCC. Any country can go buy it. It doesn't have to be Singapore. India registers and then any other country can buy it. So voluntary is private, no gun to the head. Compliance within the country. Okay, Europe has one of the largest trading schemes. Article 6.2, country to country. 6.4, country to everybody. I hope that gives you clarity. Now, good. No questions asked right now, but we will get there. Very quickly, the world has set a target by 2050. So much, needs to happen. So much emissions need to happen. This is very small to read, but bear with me. It says, this big green here means if I prevent a forest from being destroyed, it's called conservation. Today, if I don't give you money for for a forest, you might say, I'm going to destroy it for my economic gains. But if I put an economic value on it, you might say, it's doing good and making me money, so I want to protect this forest and the people who live in it and all of that, right? Those are conservation. Conservation means whatever is already fighting and contributing to climate change is remaining, because if it gets destroyed, it's one less soldier against fighting, climate change. Makes sense? But the other top green over there, which is where most of my company's projects are, it's called removal credits. I'm adding new mangroves of 5,000 hectares. Proclaim is adding 5,000 hectares of mangroves in Sri Lanka. Another 8,000 and 3,000 are coming up. In India, we're working with 3 states on 200,000 hectares of reforestation, which means we are investing with the government of that state to develop a reforestation project which will suck out carbon from the atmosphere, store it in the trunk, and store it in the soil. We calculate this impact and we deliver carbon credits for the total emissions or impact accounted for. Okay, I'm sure y'all are touching more about it, so I wouldn't go further, but this is where I'm going to excite you. Today, the voluntary market is between $2 to $3 billion. Okay, all of you raised your hand that climate change is a problem, which means all of you want to fix it, right? Globally, we need close to $7 trillion a year to fix something like this. The voluntary carbon market is contrary to what anybody else is saying. And I'm talking again on topic 5, where how you sell these credits. They are bankable if you develop a very good quality project, and you can sell them like power purchase agreements for the future. So the market is set to grow by 2050 with the worst case pricing scenario to $250 billion. Now, at a very good pricing scenario, to $1 trillion. Now, question is, do you want to do good and make sure that the state of Kerala can benefit from the carbon market? Why not? Right? It's a green state. There's a lot of complexities technically. We'll talk about that later, right? Even Mr. Narayan spoke about it earlier. Documentations, quite a lot of proving to do. But do remember, your impact can be quantified and the quality of your project will determine the price of your credit too, which we'll talk later. I'm going to quickly move. These carbon credits are generally called environment attribute certificates. Your impact on the environment is measured against 1 ton of avoidance of carbon emissions, reduction of carbon emissions, or removal of carbon emissions. Okay? Avoidance means rather than going in a fossil fuel car, I'm going in an electric car. I'm avoiding emissions. Reduction, rather than using thermal power, I'm using renewable power. I'm reducing. Removal is I'm removing all that 84% emissions which are still lingering around somewhere. I'm putting additional capacity to remove those credits. Make sense? So which is better? I see somebody saying removal, so I'm going to just say removal. Removal is the most important, but does not mean avoidance and reduction is not as important. Okay? So, mindfully moving on, this is what a carbon market ecosystem looks like. Some of my peers will be talking about it. There are project originators. Proclaim is an originator. There's a project developer. We're a developer as well. There are third bodies called validation verification bodies. There are financing bodies. There are ratings bodies. You know, there are markets to sell them. There are buyers. There are regulators. So you can see how big the market has already evolved. There's one person to do one specific job without conflicting the other. It's more like how EMC is doing its energy audits. It's as simple as that, right? So the market is robustly evolved. All you need to do is see where you fit in all of this and be able to take it further. Now, again, I know the next speaker is talking about the various type of carbon programs, so I'm not touching upon it. One quick word. I mentioned this in the Energy Week when we were there. Thumb rule, carbon credits are not available for wind, solar, and hydro projects anymore. What is available is something called International Renewable Energy Certificate, and I will be talking in my later session about it, just for you to know. But battery storage and pump storage and green hydrogen are still eligible for carbon credits. There is a terminology called additionality, and my speaker might be speaking later about it as well. So all of this I'm just running through, we'll talk about it later. Now this is all I want you to see. So the question might be, how many carbon credit projects are there in India? 5,500. Do you know any project? How many of you know any project except my friends who are from the carbon market space over here right now? How many of you know at least one project from this? Adani Solar. The solar would be an IREC project, which might be IREC, more than carbon credits at this point. So, but that's a good one. But carbon credit projects out of 5,500. Look, none of us in this room know much. It's mostly a B2B market, but the market is well evolved. It has its flaws, and that's why it's mature enough to avoid its flaws. Okay? So, in India, there's about 700 million credits, 793 million credits coming in every year. Of course, this presentation will be available for them so they can see where all these carbon credits are coming from. Okay, and CDM used to be the largest, but the voluntary space, Vera is the largest. I'm sure that will be growing. I would just leave this for later because you can evaluate if your renewable energy project is eligible for IREX or not. We'll talk about it in paucity of time. Again, Proclime does 4 things very clearly. We do carbon projects, we do carbon trade, we do climate investments and advisory services, what you call a full climate stack, but I will touch base later. Now, very quickly, does anybody have any questions? We can take 1 or 2. Later? Later? Okay, got it. So, thank you everybody. I hope you understand the carbon markets from here, emissions to carbon markets, how it got created generally, and how big the market is. I know there are a lot of questions, but in 15 to 20, this is what you can pack in. If not, I'll be wrapping from here. So, thank you, gentlemen, from the EMC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kavin Kumar Kandasamy, CEO of Proclaim Services Private Limited. So, thank you for your valuable insights to let us, the participants, know about the carbon market. So now I would like to invite Mr. Karthik Rao as Vice President Core Carbon X Solutions Private Limited. So he will be taking the second session. He will be taking upon carbon credit mechanisms and standards. So I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Karthik.
Yeah, very good afternoon everyone. I'm Karthik, representing Core Carbon X Solutions Private Limited, and I wishing everyone happy World Environment Day, and I also congratulate EMC taking this event on the important Environment Day. So just I'm talking about more this session. So last session set the context, and also thank you very much setting the context for this important event. So now I'll go deep into the carbon markets, how the carbon market functions, then how the carbon credits can be generated, traded, retired, and how the market works, like in the voluntary market and compliance market. So I'll go into deep into that one. So before going to this also, yeah. So our company name is Core Carbon X Solutions Private Limited. We are working in the market since 2008. So we are one of the largest player in the carbon market. So we have started our journey way back in 2008, almost now 18 years old company. So worked in more than 12 countries and mostly in developing countries, and also worked more than 500 projects specifically in the carbon market. Now we have presence in Pan India. Now we have a team of more than 200 people and working on the ground on various projects on specifically to carbon market, and also we have a very strong team on strategic side focusing on climate change mitigation side, adaptation side. And we work on various multilateral, bilateral agencies on various adaptation strategies and also master planning works. So till now we completed more than 500 projects. Sorry. So we work on various sectors like energy. So energy is a major sector. Coming to carbon market, energy is always a major sector. We work on water, climate change, agriculture, forestry, biodiversity. So our area's focus is advisory, research studies and the policy studies. So till now, specific to carbon market, till now we benefit more than 300,000 people, and also we reduced more than 20 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So we almost completed 500 projects in the most under voluntary market and also compliance market. So initially I started journey with the compliance market, just also take deep into that one, so how the compliance and also voluntary market works. So these are global presence. We have presence in Pan India, and also we worked in almost 12 countries in the worldwide, specifically to carbon market. So just as the conditions previous, so just I will highlight what is the carbon credit. So as you understand, like, so any activity, any project activity that could result in reduction of emissions from the atmosphere, so that can be reduced or avoided or removed from the atmosphere, so that can be traded in international market, then we can realize the, out of that one we can monetize the asset. It's called carbon credit. So then, so how we can be generate also I'll explain. So then how it is helping? So it also helping to mitigate the climate change goals. So as you know, India also have a net zero goals by 2070, and also you heard about many companies are declaring net zero goals, and also then India also launching domestic carbon market, CCTS, carbon credit trading scheme. So all these activities, so any activity which could result in reduction of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, GHG gases from the atmosphere, so then we can claim the carbon credit. So the 1 ton of carbon dioxide reduction or removal or avoidance is called 1 carbon credit. So then it also enables offsetting. So offsetting means, so just I'll give an example. Suppose you must have so many people have come by like vehicle, we have come by aeroplane, so many used fossil fuels. So that could result in GHG emissions. So you have option, like suppose you cannot come by walk to here. So you don't have any option. You should come by use either fossil fuel vehicle or any like you have to come by air travel. So there is no option to that one. One of the option you have, you can use electric vehicle. So there is a very limitation. The market is evolving. By using electric vehicle, you can reduce some emissions. A ton of emission you can reduce. But still, some of the emission you cannot reduce by any your activity, any like technical activity, scientific activity that could result in GHG emission reduction. So what you can do? So you can buy the credits. Some of the, suppose Kerala have a like energy efficiency measures, solar project, but solar by no eligible, off-grid projects are eligible, electric vehicles, like the solar street lighting, the solar rooftop installation and the like government buildings. So these kind of projects can generate the credits, then can sell in the international market. The companies which are committing to net zero goals, and all these companies can buy these credits. The simpler term, any activity which could result in GHG gas from the atmosphere is called carbon credit. So last one highlighted, so I already spoke about, so we have 3 types of credits. One is reduction, but in the longer terms what happened, the reduction, the importance for reduction credits is very negligible now. The market more moving towards removal credits and also avoidance credits. So removal credits means we need to remove the carbon dioxide permanently from the atmosphere. It's called removal credits. So removal credits mostly focus on like afforestation projects and also agroforestry. Then more concepts they work in direct air capture and storage, regenerative agriculture. So regenerative agriculture, what happens? So when you reduce the fertilizer usage, so more and use the organic fertilizers, natural farming, that could result in improving the soil organic carbon in the soil. So that it directly capture the CO2 from the atmosphere, so it's called removal projects. Then you have a biomass with carbon removal and storage. All this comes under removal projects. So all these projects are very premium price in the market. So that's why, because it permanently removing the CO2 from the atmosphere. So previously I highlighted about reduction. Reduction means, suppose the many projects in India in the compliance market, mostly energy sector, that comes from solar and wind. So solar and wind, as you know, the Indian economy is mostly carbon intensive economy. So if you compare a grid is mostly carbon intensive grid. So the mostly 90, so the emission factor of Indian grid is now currently is 0.8, means so to consume one megawatt of hour, so we are contributing to 0.7 tons of carbon into the atmosphere. So our Indian grid is more intensive. So any consumption, so any reduction that you could avoid with the solar or wind. So suppose if you generate around 1.2 megawatt hour, that you can save 1 ton of carbon dioxide from the solar or wind projects. So simply 1200 kilowatt of hour of energy generation from solar, you can get a 1 carbon credit. that's mostly. But the currently market demand is very low for the reduction credits. So then avoidance. So avoidance mostly comes from waste sector, and also the last speaker highlighted about from the agriculture sector. Agriculture contributes almost 25%. The 25%, the 14% comes from the rice sector. So I also talked more about rice, how the rice is contributing to methane emissions. So this all is, the project comes under avoidance chemist. So if you do any project from waste to energy, like you promote waterman practices in paddy field, so then community-based projects, all this comes under avoidance projects. So then we can also talk about more different kind of projects. So then who uses the carbon credits? So the many corporates, governments and investors and also individual and other organizations. So recently I talked about, like I give an example of individual, how individual can contribute to this climate change mitigation goals. So individual can also buy the carbon credits. Suppose today you come by, like I come by aeroplane. So then I done almost 3 tons of carbon dioxide emission to atmosphere. So I should nullify those 3 tons. So then what I can do, then I'll buy the 3 carbon credits from any project, then I can show I'm a net zero person. So then similarly, so many investors are focusing on, so many, if you see venture capital investors, they invest many companies. So what they're forcing us, the many companies to go for the carbon reduction in their portfolio. So they're also focusing on to invest in the projects, and also they're also focusing on different stakeholders, working with the different stakeholders to reduce their GHG emissions. And also they're also using to nullify their emission, they're also buying the carbon credits. Then also corporates. The corporates also talk about the net zero goals. The many, like Google, Microsoft, many companies already committed for the net zero goals. So all the corporates will buy the credits they cannot do any activity in their own premises to reduce their emissions. They'll go for these carbon offset projects to show their portfolio as net zero. And also many governments are there. So now, like many governments also, the articles, India also committed for net zero goals. So then Article 6.2 give then balance to that one to meet the other climate. The solar is not eligible because the solar projects in the current Indian market is already business as usual scenario. So to develop any solar project, the carbon finance is not required. First, we need to involve different stakeholders. Suppose if I work on like distributing cook stoves in the forest areas, so I need to involve different stakeholders. I need to work with forest department, I need to work with government department, I need to work on local NGOs, I need to involve women groups, and also involve SHG groups, I need to involve. So I need to take the feedback from the different stakeholders. We need to prove that any project, it should not harm the environment. So environmental social safeguards should be taken care of on the project development process. So we need to, so any stakeholder have raise the comments during this process. We need to address those comments during the stakeholder consultation meeting. So it's an important part of any carbon project development. So the next is we need to select the carbon standard. So based on the type of project, the different standards are there. Different standards have own eligibility criteria. So then compliance market have a different, then India also under the Paris Agreement, Article 6.4 have different, they have different kind of projects are eligible. So based on the type of project, we need to choose the standard. Either we need to go for voluntary market or compliance market. So once we have done, so as a developer, so we come into picture, once all is eligible, we as a carbon project developer, we work on the project design document, stakeholder consultation part, and also we work on additionality, baseline part, all the technical aspects of the project, monitoring aspects. So we develop project design document. Once a project design document is developed, then it has to go for a global stakeholder consultation. So once the global stakeholder consultation, it will go for it will in the respective registry will go for global stakeholder consult for 45 days. So during the 45 days, any comments comes, then we need to address during the validation process. So once the global stakeholder consultation is completed for in the respective registry, so we need to appoint an auditor. It's called third-party auditor. So third-party auditor is accredited by respective registries, like Gold Standard have a set of auditors, and also Vera have a set of auditors, and also Article 6.4 also have a different set of auditors will be there. So once validation is completed, validation means like a similar to energy audit. So set of auditors will come to the project, they will visit the on-site visits will be there, they also review all the project design documentation, stakeholder reports. So they will raise a set of comments. So we need to satisfy those auditors based on their observations, based on their, so once the auditor is satisfied, along with the project design document, also along with the validation report. So we need to have emission reduction calculations. Suppose any stakeholder comments are there, we need to address those stakeholder comments. So along with all this documentation, we need to submit to where our respective registry. Once the respective registry also again review all these documents, so they also raise a certain comments. It's called review project. So project review report, and also it's called review process, respective registry. So again, all the standards satisfies, then again they'll approve the project. It's once the validation is completed, it's the project is registered. It means then your project is eligible to generate the carbon credits or voluntary emission reductions. The respective standards have respective abbreviations and also names are there. So then once the project is registered, we need to go for a verification. So during the verification, so what we need to do, based on your technical aspect, based on your monitoring aspects, we need to estimate the emission reductions based on the type of project. So then we need to, so once that is done, so once the verification is again, every activity we need to appoint an auditor. For every activity we need to engage a third party auditor accredited by respective registries. So once again they have a similar kind of review process, again they'll prepare own reports similar to energy audit reports. So again all these reports will be submitted to respective standard, again respective standard issue the credits. Once everything is satisfied with the respective registries, they'll issue the credits. Each credit will have a unique number in the respective registries. So once so this is a simple process. One is project description and also validation, registration, monitoring, verification, issuance. Also shown here respective who is like highlighted, also who is role in the which stage, also here. During the project decisions, the project developer takes care of this one. Then validation where accredited third-party auditors, carbon standard, project development, again auditor, and also respective carbon standard. So generally project design is called validation process. It's called registration process of the respective project. So generally it's called one time. So in the carbon cycle also respective standard also define the crediting period. So crediting period means once your project is registered, so from that stage, you can claim the credits for next 10 years or 5 years. The standards have a set of time frame, and also it's called fixed crediting period. So again, one more crediting is called renewable crediting period. So for every 7 years, you can renew the project. You need to redesign the project, and also based on that one, so again you go for renewal of the project. So validation is one time, but monitoring and issuance, you go on for every year, depends on your finance, depends on the demand of the carbon credits, all that one you can take a call for, you can go for every 1 year, 2 years, but max you cannot go beyond 5 years, coming to the VERA standard. So that's why all the generation will happen. So how the traders will happen? So when the trading is happen, once the carbon credits are issued, so that this trading of carbon happens to many registries are there, brokers are there, and also over the counter will happen. So many corporates will buy it. So some brokers will buy, and also they'll sell it to other corporates. So then all the different stakeholders, governments will buy, and also financial players will buy, and also individuals, NGOs. So many buyers, many people, many stakeholders, different stakeholders will buy for different requirement. So the carbon credits always can be traded, it can be retired, also it can be transferred. So different kind of approach are there for carbon credits. So I will talk about compliance market and also voluntary market. So initially you must have heard about this CDM. How many of you know about clean development mechanism here? Yeah. So CDM comes under Kyoto Protocol. It's in 1997. So the CDM is highlight about the so what happens? So you must have about that so that because of the developed countries, all developing countries are suffering from the climate change impact. So the scientific body they already realized that climate change is happening in the 19th century only. So that time in 1997 only, so to reduce this climate change impact, they bring the market mechanism called clean development mechanism. So under Kyoto Protocol. So what they in the CDM, so they've given binding for only annexed countries, only for developed countries. So developed countries, there is no binding requirements. So the Kyoto Protocol ended in December 2020 only. So that's why, so if you see that, if you see many projects, the CDM, the Indian market, almost Indian contribution price almost 23% of price comes from India only in the compliance market, in the CDM. The next is China. China is almost 25%. Almost 50% of projects came from India and China only in the CDM projects. So India has contributed a lot in the compliance market. So, but because the market is failed because of that one, because they given binding only for annexed countries, only developed countries. So the developed countries are decided, and also many have left from the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol ended in December 2020. So now the market is moving towards the Paris Agreement, under 2015 Paris Agreement. This Article 6.4 compliance market. The Article 6.4 given a obligatory requirement for all the countries, but the requirement is voluntary contributions. If you see, many countries are submitting the national determined contributions. In the national determined contribution, they will define so by how many years I'll achieve the net zero goals. So how many years I'll reduce the energy intensity. So all these factors they do in the respective countries. So then this article 6.4 obligate for all the countries, but the reporting of the emission targets is the voluntary. It's under every 5 years they need to submit the national determined contribution. That comes under articles, that comes under compliance market. So voluntary market focus on, as I said, the voluntary market is purely voluntarily. So all the corporates, so they'll declare the net zero goals. So voluntary market operated by different players, like Vera is operating, Gold Standard is operating. All these are NGOs are based in different countries. Vera is based in US, Gold Standard is based in Switzerland. We have Global Carbon Council based in Doha, Qatar. So all the different voluntary markets are there. So voluntary market is purely voluntary. So any corporate can declare the net zero climate goals. So they'll buy the credits from the different voluntary markets. So the CDM is under Kyoto Protocol, and Vera is managed by, these are different standards are there. Like just I'm talking about 3 standards. One is CDM, VCS, and Gold Standard. But because we are, so ECM Energy Ministry requested to highlight about CDM, but CDM is no more. CDM is already ended December 2020. Now CDM is transiting to Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. So CDM is under Kyoto Protocol. So the project locations, like, so any like developing countries, so the price will be mostly in developing countries. The credits will be bought from these developing countries by the developed countries. So all the developed countries have given a targets to the respective their companies to meet their climate goals. So then credit type is called CR, and it's a purely compliance market, but CDM also work for voluntary also. Voluntary also we can buy the credits. So now this turns into Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. So this is a very recognized market. So you can say, so these all the carbon markets, this CDM is the father of all the carbon markets. So if you see many methodologies, many rules and all they will take from the CDM only, like Vera, Gold Standard, everything. So Vera is managed by non-profit NGO. So this is globally recognized, and also very rigorous third-party validation verification process. And also it's called verified carbon markets. So this currently is very active. If you many projects, many developers mostly work on Vera and Gold Standard. So then if something remote projects are there, they go for pure earth and also isometric. So it depends on that one. So the Gold Standard is developed by WWF and NGOs, and also this global and strong presence. So they also focus mostly on social and environmental safeguards of every project activity. So then Vera also have a sustainable develop SD Vista, so you can always claim other co-benefits. So in always carbon markets, so earlier all these energy projects usually focus only on carbon GHG emission reduction. During the evolving process, this also market moved towards to integrate the different stakeholders. We need to see also environmental social benefits of the project. So we need to also see the co-benefits of the project. So if the project is more co-benefit to the many stakeholders, it have a more market demand. So I'll give an example of suppose we are working on the rice sector. So rice we are working the farmers. So when you work with the farmers, you can always helping the farmers to get the additional revenue through the carbon credits. You also creating employment opportunity to the various young youth and local people. and also you're involving working with the various NGO partners. All these are co-benefits. They also involving government departments. So if your project is more stronger with the co-benefits, you have more demand in the market. So then also talk about Indian. So CCTS is carbon credits is ratified in the 2023. All you know. So now, so this under Minister of Power, and also it is all the central is managed by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So they've put up two. One is complaints and also voluntary. So complaints, they put up 8 sectors currently. 8 sectors. They also, and the 8 sector also they've given they also given intensity target for the four sectors already. So in the complaints market, it works on cap and trade. So based on the sector, so they given a define for suppose aluminum sector, for to produce 1 ton of aluminum, so they given a target is called cap. So if you could reduce that cap, so they can, if you reduce those emissions, then you can always trade in the market. So if you can't meet those requirements, you need to buy those credits from the different projects which are working on the carbon projects. So that's why one is complaints market is there. Then again we have a voluntary market. Voluntary market works on carbon offset. So carbon offset, different almost 12 sectors are there in the voluntary phase. So mostly agriculture, power sector is also in the complaints. Power sector is also in the voluntary market. So then also have a green credit. So this PAT scheme is now moving towards the CCTS. So perform achieve trade schemes are moving towards the CCTS. You also heard about the REC. So REC also, so last speaker spoke about this international REC. Similar to we have a domestic REC also we have. So this Energy Conservation Act amended, this is a regular, then it is notified in June 2023, the CTF PAT Energy Efficiency Program. And also this is a complaints market. So recently July 2024, they detail all the regulations under BWE. And also recently also given emission intensity target in the last month on April 2025, 4 sectors, almost 281 companies, different companies, they also given targets for the to meet the emission intensity targets. So the CTCS first is we need to have so they consider 2023-24 as a baseline for measuring the reduction. So it is the scheme covered currently for the 4 sectors. They cover 282 industries across 4 sectors, imposing targets for year 2025 and 26 and 26-27, and also then it will go for gradual decarbonization. So then the first year they give a modest reduction of 2 to 3% for the first year, and also they tighten for 3.3 to 7% from the second year. So then they also encourage the improving the emission reduction performance improvements. So if you see sector ambition, cement is the given stringent of 3.4%, but choco alkali and pulp and sector they given target of 7 to 7.5%. So if you can see based on sector wise, they define the emission reduction target. So if you see based on, so it also requires a different decarbonization challenges based on the sector. So cement, suppose cement contributes almost 3.4%, but account for almost 6.2%, but reduction they given 3.4% achieved. But aluminum sector they given ambition target of 5.85%, but it also only contributes to 2% of industrial emission. So then choco alkali pulp and they given 7 to 7.5% target, but it also contributes only 1% of emission. So based on sectors and also technology aspects, so they define the different targets for the based on the sector. So these are purely under compliance under a carbon credit trading scheme of Indian domestic carbon market. So what are the challenges we have? So we need to have for any compliance market, to any market to be succeed, we need to have a good price of any activity which you are resulting a reduction in GHG emission. So we need to have a supply and demand balance. If you see in the REC is the earlier the price used to trade at 2000 for 1 megawatt hour. Now currently the price is trading at 350. So we need to have a good demand and balance supply to succeed currently in the domestic carbon market. So that is going to have a huge challenge. So but the market is evolving. So it's going to force from the 2026 year. So based on the market evolvement, we'll come to know how the price fluctuates, how the demand and supply varies. We need to understand. So we need to have a stringent monitoring and enforcement for all the sectors and also all the companies to meet their GHG the reduction goals of GHG reduction goals. So we need to have stringent monitoring, and then we need to have a capacity building of different stakeholders. We need to so like this event, we need to conduct different events to understand, to establish different programs. So we need to have a policy coordination, the different states and also everything, so to able to succeed in this domestic Indian compliance market. So PSM we also highlighted about Article 6.2. Article 6.2 focus on bilateral. So under the Paris Agreement, Article 6.4 is a market mechanism similar to CDM. Then CORSIA also there. So CORSIA have a carbon offset scheme for international aviation emissions. So CORSIA also have a different set of regulation rules are there. So they also define which project is eligible, which majorly eligible. So they define CORSIA eligible products are there. So then EU ETS is very successful model. They work on cap and trade model for industrial across EU member states. So the all the countries are taking example from the EU ETS. Then we also have California cap and trade market is there, so similar to GHG intensity target. So there's a legal framework. So Indian CTS is mostly for Energy Conservation Act 2020 and CCTS 2023. So market type is most, I highlighted already, is both voluntary and compliance market. So credit is carbon credit certificates and emission. So target setting, they put up emission intensity. So ton of CO2 per ton of unit product. So then trading platform, they define Indian power exchanges like IEX and PXL. So all the different markets will operate to trade this credit one. So then different, they also have a steering committee for this to look into that one. They involve all the different ministries, corporates, private agencies under the steering committee. So then also it also will align with Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So to meet, so India, because of to meet the net zero goals, so the domestic carbon is very necessary to meet the ambitious net zero goals of India. So then, so this is already launched, compliance market already launched. So the market will operate from 2026. So the the Paris Agreement is Article 6 and also both is also compliance and voluntary. So it also eligible for ITMOs, CORSIA and VRs. So mostly based on intensity caps, and also it also varies from the jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So it also operates on different registries, global exchanges, and directly it also aligns with the Paris Agreement, also cross-border CBAM. So this is a comparison. So what are the challenges? So first, for implementing any carbon project, so we need to have a robust monitoring and reporting verification framework. So we need to establish a strong monitoring mechanism. So we need to have a strong monitoring mechanism to establish a. Then we need to have additionality. I also highlighted it. And also one is the issue of the permanence. For any activity, so you are removing from a reduction, that should be permanent for reduction of GHG emissions. That is also very important criteria. So we need to also involve capacity building activities and also data requirements. So we need to work, suppose we also involve different stakeholders already involved in this from the Kerala. So we need to work more closely with different government sectors and private institutes, organizations to understand more about deep into the carbon market. So I also highlight about our projects. So till now I talked about different, so we also work in different projects. So now what we are doing, so we are also working on, we are distributed almost 30,000 cookstove in Myanmar. We worked under CDM compliance market. So we already realized almost 50,000 carbon credits. But what happened, as you know, due to the war situation in Myanmar, so from that day, so we stopped operating in Myanmar, but we already distributed 30,000 cookstove. So then currently we also already distributed 60,000 cookstove in Odisha and Jharkhand, rural areas of Odisha. So we are working in the voluntary carbon standard. So we already realized almost 3,20,000 carbon credits already readily available. We already realized the carbon credits. So we have these are also pure. We have two investing partners. One is Vida Carbon and also ICP. So these two investors invested in these projects. This is worked under CDM compliance market. So we worked in Myanmar country. So this we worked in India. This under Vera, and also we have a SD Vista, Sustainable Development SD Vista for these projects. So we already almost distributed 90,000 total cook stove. Then we raised trades from 2 projects, from Vera and also CDM. So now we are transiting this project to Article 6.4. So currently we are under discussion with the Ministry of Environment from Myanmar country. So we'll transit to Article 6.4 of Paris Agreement. So then one more improvement, we have large presence in agriculture sector. So we are the first mover in promoting waterman practice in paddy field. So we also first in the world we registered the project in compliance market under CDM. Same project now we have 2 registered project under Vera of this promoting waterman practice in paddy field. So as you know, in the Indian many fields are continuously flooded. So when the wheat continues flooded, due to the absence of the oxygen, the organic matter decays. That results in methane emission. It's called organic decomposition. So what we are promoting simple technique to reduce the water consumption by promoting alternative wetting and drying method. So we distribute a pani pipe, it's a 30 centimeter length pipe. So whenever water goes below 15 centimeter, the farmer has to reflood the field. So by that you can save the 30% water consumption, you can reduce the 30 to 35% methane emissions. So the 30 to 35% methane emissions, so we are quantifying and also benefiting the farmers to get the additional revenue. So we are working in almost since July 2022 in this project. So in the last February 2025, we registered 2 projects under Vera. So we have a strong project, almost working with almost more than 150,000 farmers spread across 4 states. We have a strong presence in Telangana state where we are based in Hyderabad. So we are almost working in almost 17 districts in Telangana state. So this is purely under agriculture sector. So but this agriculture sector, India under compliance market, India has not ratified agriculture sector under compliance requirement, is purely under voluntary. So then we are also working we discussed with the ministry to make it and also compliance also under Article 6.4. So we also work on natural farming. So I also highlighted. Sure, just I'll come. So we also work in natural farming. So we improve soil organic cover by reducing fertilizer usage and everything. So we also work on agroforestry. We also work in mangrove restoration in Ennore Creek and also Gujarat. So we also work on Blue Economy Initiative, mangrove, scroll, clean cooking and also distribution. So we also work on to reduce enteric emission from the livestock by distributing special feedstock. We have a licensed product for this distribution, this one. We also work on biochar, biogas we also work on different projects. So earlier of compliance market, we've done more than 500 projects under compliance market of solar wind projects in the international carbon market under UNFCCC. So we also have a few under voluntary carbon market. Yeah, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. So I will be available for any discussion during the lunch break. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karthik, for enlightening us on the carbon credit mechanisms and the different standards in the carbon market right now. So now I would like to invite Dr. Alok Kumar Khore, General Manager, Infinite Solutions. This is the 3rd session on greenhouse gas standards and reporting. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, hello everyone. I know you are very hungry. I am also hungry. So we can quickly go ahead with my presentation for GHG. What is GHG? GHG is a greenhouse gas and it is a pollutant gas we are countering and we are offsetting for our environment and our operations. So just a quick introduction for myself and my company. I am Dr. Alok Kumar Khore. I am from Infinite Environment Solution based in Indore. The Indore is a 7 times of cleanest city of India. So it is a very small city, but yes, it is a clean city. So, and we are a stakeholder of Indore and we are achieving a cleanest award and Asia's largest CNG plant in West, municipal West. So it is an initiative for towards climate. Okay. Yeah, just a short agenda of my presentation. The Infinite Environment Solutions are environment consulting firm, environment and sustainability, and we are serving consultancy in last 14 years. And we are a climate change services, climate advisory and sustainability services. The GHG part is cover the sustainability part, and the carbon trading, climate financing. I am not talk about this because of my peers and before expert panel already discussed. The net zero emission, yes, we will discuss. The CDP consulting, SBTI, air, these are our services, and these are belongs to sustainability criteria and sustainability portfolio. These are our team, my CEO, my directors, Mr. Sumit Singhvi, Jimmy Shah, Deepak Jain. Is around 20 to 21 year in CDM and carbon consulting project. The Jimmy Shah's methodology expert panel in CDM also. So what is greenhouse effect and greenhouse gases? The videos are shows the greenhouse effect. Some sun rays and ultraviolet rays are coming back, but is not properly removed for our climate. So resultant, the CO2 level is here in our 419 ppm, that is a carbon dioxide. The global temperature is high, 1 degree. The ice sheet metals in 429 billion metric ton of per year. So that is the data, and the sea level also increase in 1.8 mm per year. That is the old data, but gradually is increase day by day more than, and the earth temperature is around 2.5 degree. That is a greenhouse gases, the CO2. The global warming potential is 1. So we have to calculate all these GHG gases equivalent to CO2. That is a unit of ton of CO2, equivalent of ton of CO2 emissions. The methane, the global warming potential is also high, 28. Nitrous oxide, if you have some agricultural background, nitrous oxide, the agriculture waste or agriculture, I would say to some pesticides are emit the NO2. So the global warming potential is 273. Hydrofluorocarbon, that is a refrigerant gas. So we have some ACs and chlorofluorocarbon and paint. We have to use all this in industrial, in domestic level. So paint industry have to emit hydrofluorocarbon, pyrofluorocarbon. The large SF global warming potential is 23,500. It is a huge amount of GWP. So it is a high pollutant gases. It's not say 7 gases in very harmful for greenhouse gases. Yeah. If global warming potential means or cause the increase the temperature in earth, if 0 degree the food is there and the 1 degree are increased, the possible rising yield some high latitude regions, falling a crop yield 4 degree or 5 degree. The y-axis shows the if we have to or our activities are increase the earth atmosphere temperature. So what we do? Ecosystem, water, extreme weather events, risk of invisible charges are very high, and earth is not suitable for us for living, or economic atmosphere or biodiversity are damages. So why carbon footprinting? The reduce the GHG emissions, monetary savings, and our day-to-day life or our day-to-day operations, how many emissions we are done. by logically or illogically. For example, if we are wearing a shirt and ironing, we are go to office in 6 day. 6 day we have to wrinkle free shirts, iron our clothes. So we are taking a 1 day without ironing a cloth. So we are saving some energy. The saving the energy for entire 364 days or 365 days. If you have to 13 or 14 days with wrinkled shirts you have to wear and go to the office. So you are save the energy. That is a simple initiative to save our earth, save our environment. So it is a very short initiative, but if we are to calculate our day-to-day GHG emission, you have to, a lot of pollution or lot of GHG emission are emitted. So these are the initiatives, and why we are using monetary saving, incorporate emission impact to decision making, supply, materials, product design, all these things. The GHG protocol is developed by World Resource Institute, that is the WRI, and World Business Council and Sustainable Development Goal sets a global standard to how to measure, manage or mitigate the GHG emissions. And one more thing, the ISO 14064 is a global adopted GHG emissions for calculation. The ISO 1064-1 is comply with scope 1 emission, -2 is comply with and calculate guideline for scope 2 emission, and 14064-3 is scope 3. What is scope 1, scope 3 and scope 1, 2, 3 are explained in the next slide. That is the greenhouse gases. Yeah, that is a scope 1. Scope 1 is a direct emission which is used for in our daily life for fossil fuel consumption, or in an industry point of view, the power generation, heat generation, mobile combination for company owned vehicle, the process emission is manufacturing process, and fugitive emission. Fugitive emissions like if we have working with any labs. So we have in the labs we have to contaminated area to clean the different pesticides, different alcoholic some kind of sanitizers are used. So that's the fugitive emission are held. So this is a scope 1 emissions, and building furnace, that is an example of manufacturing units, on-site manufacturing equipment, gas powered vehicle including forklift, fossil fuel. If there is used direct fossil fuel, we are calculating scope 1, and that is a mandate criteria for calculating a GHG emission in scope 1. That is scope 2. It is an indirect emission, and typically electricity and energies are involved. The scope 2 emission are there. Like electricity is one of example, scope 2 emission. Steam or heating, cooling. If we purchase steam in another factory or another project boundary, the scope 1 is there. Same as the cooling or rented heat or air cooling system we have to. So we are calculating in indirect emission, and high temperature hot water heaters are in scope 3 emissions. Lighting in the office, the use of scope 2, lighting in the office, electricity, power machinery and all. So the scope 3 emissions are very, I would like to say, some complex, and it is in very complex form for scope 3 emission, because in a scope 3 emission there is two verticals, that is first one is I would say downstream and upstream. There is total in 15 categories in scope 3. Form is first is in upstream is purchase goods, capital goods, fuel and energy related fuels, water generations, and the downstream activities are like non-dependent categories. For example, vendors and sub-vendors. Activities are calculating except in scope 3, like investment, financing, downstream lead assets, end-to-end life treatment or waste are calculating in scope 3. Yeah. That is a direct scope. The own vehicle emissions, indirect the purchase electricity, and scope 3 others is the indirect purchase emissions and all. For employee travel in scope 3, the material distribution, the scope 3 categories are not mandated. If you can take all 15 categories to 1, 2 or 3 or 4 categories. Like if we have lot of travel in air travel, so we have to calculate. And material extractions are also, and the capital goods purchase are also one time in scope 3 emission. Because of every office not get on whole year to purchase a table, chairs, laptop and all. It is on capital goods, it's purchased on one time or 2 times only in a whole year. So all calculation and all these of kind of scope is calculated by financial year wise or calendar year wise for emissions calculations. The organization of for ISO's 14061-64-1 part 1, that is a scope 1. The key feature is provide a structural approach of GHG management. First, we have to calculate all these scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions, and we will planning of net zero goal roadmap, like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. What we have in between our operations are calculated for roadmap for that. The roadmap belongs to short term, long term and mid term. The short term duration is 1 year to 5 year. Mid-term duration is to 1 year to 10 year or 15 year, and long-term duration is 1 year to 30 year. But GHG calculation and GHG roadmap is the core of any net zero planning and roadmap. The greenhouse protocol, GHG protocol developed by, I'll already discuss. Enhancing GHG reporting business, regulatory landscape. India National Action Plans are climate changes, emphasize the need of GHG mitigations. The figure are introduced, the regulatory compliance, lack of awareness, inadequate reporting system. These are the factors to reduce our net zero target, or if we can improve this, we are achieving the GHG emissions and reporting. This reporting initiate every financial year and every calendar year. The implementation steps for organization, identify emission source and boundary. If you have 2 or 3 factories, so you specify your project boundary. Your project boundary either can be your city, either can be a state, or either can be country. What is the project boundary? You can decide and implement it. Quantify the emissions, use appropriate emission factors. The emission factors are available for IPCC database. For electricity, CE database are also provide the emission factor for electricity. The reporting emission, the previous GHG emission for 2 protocol, that one first is ISO 1464 and GHG protocol. Both are similar, but some kind of in scope 3 categories are different for scenario. The verification is engaged in the carbon market. There's some verification and validation body. In a sustainability, there is some assurance guideline. That is, first is AA10000 or ISC 3000. These are the different guidelines to assure these report and calculations are there. The continuous implement the strategy. For example, you have organization and you have thousands of employees. for commute their own vehicle. If you have to, some CNG buses are implemented for commuting, then CNG is also some pollutant. So you can to replace for mid-term and long-term achieving goal, you can replace to CNG buses to electrical buses. So that is a strategical move to achieve a net zero in an organization. The municipal parties or municipal for net zero in India, urban emission, cities contribute to specifically national GHG emission. I belongs to Indore, and my municipal corporation are evolved a city bus to replace fossil fuel in CNG. Now we can shift to in a 3-year CNG bus to electrical buses for commuting, local community. Also we are initiative some waste. So we have to collect each and every home for domestically solid waste, liquid waste or organic waste. We are separating and segregating for different 3 waste. And for organic waste we can generate the bio CNG, and CNG will sell out to commercial for industry or as well as CNG used in transportation for buses. So that is a municipal initiative for net zero achieving. And also for energy consumption, we, Indore have a target 2030 for net zero cities. And in this initiative, we have around 5 to 6 megawatt till the installation domestic 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt subsidized based solar system in every household and all. So this is a continued process. Yeah, this is the implementation step. Yeah, understanding the what is a GHG reporting and its initiative for important for business benefits reporting for corporate sustainability. If your organization is sustainable and reporting GHG initiative, or you can show off your public domain in for GRI reporting or CBAM reporting, you can comply with EU, and you can enhance or you can build the trust to your investors. And yes, definitely, if you can trust a relationship with your investor, you have to got a more investment. For important for municipalities, benefits reporting in urban sustainability, you can get the fund of World Bank or central government funding for sustainable practice and initiative. For compliance with the standard necessary adhering the integration of guideline and all. The framework of ISO standard, that is an international standard for GHG management. Part 1 is a guideline of organization level reporting, part 2 is the guidance of project level or emission reduction, and part 3 is the guidance of validation and verification. Validation and verification is the simple, the validation is the, you have to calculate all this data for emission data and verify it with third party audits like ISC 3000 or 11100S. So GHG emission scope, scope 1 direct, scope 2 indirect, and scope 3 is indirect emissions. We are talk about in different category also. The compliance with GHG standards, for this there no compliance, it is a voluntary initiative which can achieve a net zero with the help of achieving a net zero targets. Benefit of complying with GHG standard, enhance the credibility, improve the operational efficiency. For example, if in our roof we have to show some LED bulbs. For example, the LED bulb is a initiative. If the there is no LED bulbs, so we are in fluorescent bulb in back here. If we talk about 10-year back, यहाँ पे like either is there some fluorescent bulb? So energy consumption is high. We can sit here with centralized AC system. is there centralized AC system is not there, the individual cooler or individual AC 1 ton or 2 ton ACs are there. So is non-efficient and high energy consumption. So that while we are replacing centralized AC and LED bulb. That is a small example to achieve some net zero. And more technology are introducing for replacing this LED and bulbs also. So increase customer trust, better overall performance, comply with, benefits of climate action, stakeholder trust, operational efficiency and risk management. GHG standard and sustainability commitment to GHG reduction. If you have some targets for net zero, you can commitment for your reducing the emissions. Implementation of a standard. If you have to calculate GHG protocol 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, you can continue to same protocol for achieving a net zero target. You can't shift for GHG protocol to ISO. Environment impact and assessment, possessive impact and environment and global sustainability efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alok Kumar Khore. Now I would like to, sir, please don't go. Sir, you can see we can have the Q&A. Okay. So I would like to invite Kavin Kumar Kandasamy, Mr. Karthik Rao to the stage to have the Q&A for another 10 to 15 minutes. We can wind up for lunch after that. So you can ask questions for 10 to 15 minutes. Ask the questions in a crisp manner so that we can, we don't have to make a debate and all. And so anybody you want to ask question, please raise your hands. Yeah.
Hello, the presentations were very nice. I would like to ask, I'm from the town planning profession, and my question is to Mr. Kandasamy, because when you suggested that is when you show the picture about the carbon credit market in India and the emission types of emission industries, you didn't mention about the land use change and urbanization, which may contribute, surely contributed. Land use change was not quantified. Whether it was intentional or is that?
Thank you. Madam, may I have your name, please?
My name is Seema.
Thank you, Madam Seema. Now, very quickly, land use, land classification, she's an expert in that space. A lot of people might not know what land use, land classification is. So let us say today a land has been classified as a green land. And let's say there is dense, forestation or some sort of green cover over there. What is happening over there? That green cover is already contributing to the fight against climate change by contributing a certain type of carbon sequestration service. If you change that land type to an urban land of some sort, which means there's some sort of built environment that's going to come on top of that, eventually you've lost that little polygon of a soldier towards this, for whatever purposes. Land use, land classification, in my slide, I didn't have the time to go through that, madam. It is there. It's one of the biggest contributors to climate change, and it's also one of the biggest project types. Okay, when you shift from a forest land to agriculture, it is a drop or, in the amount of emissions that are being sequestered. If you move back from forestry land, from urban land towards forestry or some type of green cover, then you're improving the baseline towards a higher sequestration. So it is being used in all our land-based projects, which can be agriculture, which can be forestry, afforestation. So land use, land classification is an important parameter in all our projects. I'm happy to share more details offline with you. Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
Any more questions? If you want, you can specify whom to answer.
anyone can answer that question. So my area of interest is you mentioned about the rice cultivation, and in that you are telling that that is eligible for this carbon credits, and any particular reason why in that map Kerala is not shown? Apart from Kerala, I think most of the surrounding states has got its contribution in that. So any particular reason for that has?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we focused mostly for rice, we mostly focused on the states where the double crop is happening, 2 crops in a year, like Kharif and Rabi. So that's why morely our focus is mostly on focusing on two crops. What happens, when we practice 2 crops rice, when we promote the waterman practices, the reduction capacity is more. So we'll have 5 to 6 tons of carbon dioxide reduction when the double crop happens. Then if the single crop is there, so we'll have only 1 ton of carbon dioxide reduction. So for any carbon project, we need to also focus on the financial viability of the projects. So we need to invest, we need to work with the different stakeholders, we need to work with auditors, so we need to involve we need to engage with the farmers, so we need to employ the local youth people, so different, then we need to have a monitoring aspect, so different costs are involved. We observed that when we propose the single crop location, the project is not financially viable. That's why we focused mostly on the states where the double crop is happening. So, but we also expanding, but currently because the market is also very uncertain. So we started journey in 2022, but till now, whereas the stop the methodology, we use currently AMS 3AU during the initial process. Now we also launched a new method, it's called VM51. So during that time, we also stopped the registration process. So when we submitted for the registration, they took almost 1.5 years to come back to us to raise the comments. So the market is very uncertain. So now we have worked with the many farmers. So we already invested huge money. So still we are not able to get the credits. So but hope we are next 2 to 3 months we'll able to credits. So when the carbon credits are there, though we have revenue streams, and also we can able to run the different projects, and also we can able to invest in the different projects. So that is a more interest.
Thank you, sir. Any small insight on the economy behind that? That will be people will be very much interested in knowing. All know how much is the financial return from from 1 acre of paddy, but no one has. I don't think anyone sitting here knows what is the financial side of carbon credit from 1 acre land.
So currently wherever we work in, so is the pure investment, the carbon investment. So we only investing with our investor. So we are not charging any money from the farmer. So we are also promoting waterman practices. We are distributing pani pipes. We are also promising around 2,000 rupees per hectare per annum as a carbon revenue. It is almost translated to almost 35 to 40 per ton. So initially we also highlight about whenever we develop the projects, we talked about percent of the carbon share. So we say 35 to 40% of the carbon revenue goes to farmers. So many stakeholders said only 30 to 40 because farmer is doing all the practices. You also helping only get the carbon credits. So you are taking more revenue. So many people doesn't understand. So we have an investor also. So investor also we also pass on certain revenue to investor also. So then around 35 to 40% goes to investor. So then what we change the process, then we fix the money of around 2,000 rupees per hectare.
Sir, the third question is something just like Madam told about the urban planning. In Trivandrum, if you see, we have got some some canals running through the heart of the city and in the periphery of the city. But unfortunately, it is not very clean. Nobody would dare to put their feet into that. It's not very clean. So is there any carbon credit or any kind of investment that can be availed to make it clean, a part of any program, like revival of the streams or particular rivers that flow through the cities? Due to the specific nature of due to the urban nature, lot of organic matter and things comes up to these streams, and it is in a polluted state. Even though it's not industrial pollutant, it is like an organically polluted area. So any particular methodology or any particular investment in this carbon or this emission reduction that can be brought to such areas? Any idea on that, sir?
Sure, I'm going to take that. May I get your name as well, please?
Myself, Kiran.
Aye, thank you, Mr. Kiran. Now, very quickly, I'll just add one thing to what Mr. Karthik mentioned. One, when you have certain agricultural practices, remember, no carbon practice should reduce the yield of your current agricultural practice beyond 10%. It's a simple thumb rule. So today, if I request a farmer to change their practices from high intensive carbon emission practices to low carbon intensive practices, if it reduces the yield, why will the farmer do it in the first place? So you need to be able to make sure that the farmer's yield is not reducing more than 10% in certain cases. So the yield is still remaining the same, and the transition to a more climate friendly agricultural practice is incentivized by the carbon market. Now, as Karthik mentioned, the financials for an agricultural project is a little different, because if you're developing a forestry project, you can check once in 5 years geospatially where is the land and what is the green cover increase using density analysis, so many other parameters. And later in the evening, I'll be showing you all one small GIF as to how we originate such projects too, right? But in agricultural practices, every year you have to get those MRV, measure, report, validate. The cost per unit of carbon produced from the farm is actually more expensive than the cost per unit produced in a forestry project. So maybe someday, with the help of EMC, we can carry out a financial workshop on how to plan for a carbon project, because trust me, it is not straightforward. It is not straightforward. You have to look at so many permutations to understand how it works. So we are doing 2 AWD, alternative wetting and drying projects, and technology or anybody in this room has good monitoring practices. Remember, you might change the game for, the carbon credits for farmers. That's a big pain point. Second, coming to your thing about rivers and more. We're developing a plastic platform. So Proclaim focuses only on removal credits significantly. If you can collect plastic from the river using various type of interventions, it is called waste collection credits. If you can further process it from there, it's called something else, right? I don't remember the terminology. If you two know, please do step in to help me here. So first is the fundamental process of collecting plastic or waste from the rivers as a business model needs to be viable. It will not be fully fundable from the carbon markets. That much I can tell you as a first thumb rule. You might get 20%, you might get 30%, but maybe that is the difference in making the project viable or not. So we're developing this for 3 states as a platform, and scale is important. In that process, you can get carbon credits, you can get plastic credits, and you have a certain other type of credit which evades me right now. So there are different types of choices that you can go with, but all of it comes to scale, Kiran. Without scale, unfortunately, it won't be viable, because the fixed cost for developing a project is phenomenally high. Why? Because you don't want the big banks or the big IT companies of the world saying, I bought a carbon credit from Trivandrum, but it is not so good because the impact was not there. So they're very careful in all these validations, verifications, everything. So much to a point it becomes expensive to do it. This is practical knowledge we're passing on. It is not written in books or anywhere, but practically that is where the challenge is. But it is not undoable. We have spoken to the Ministry of Environment, so many on this. Scale is the problem. There is a plastic program for fish net collection. It is not more than 10 tons per day. I was like, fabulous, the project is very nice. Is there scale? Not more than 10 tons per day. Immediately became unviable. We were looking at 100 plus tons per day. So we're looking at either the system is there, then we're able to engage, or we'll have to build it ground up, which becomes more expensive. So there is somewhere we have to meet halfway. So that is something we're still trying to figure out. Some project types are fully fundable by the carbon markets. Some project types are additional in terms of incentivization. So please do not think carbon credits is Maya. It will fix all your problems. No, it doesn't. It will help you get there. If you get there the right way, you might get paid more. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Sir, I have 2 questions. We few are here from rubber plantations, and rubber plantations plays a major role of our state's economy. Actually, we have a replanting programs. Year after year, we plant nearly 250 hectares of land. And can we have a claim for the carbon credit? First question. The second one is that, as you said, you are a part of the emission when you come through flights and all, when you move through air. Can an EV owner claim for carbon credits?
Thank you. Sir, may I ask for your name again?
My name is Ranjit.
Mr. Ranjit, thank you. Are you with the government or a private body?
I am from a PSU.
PSU.
Yeah.
Very good. So scale should never be a problem for PSU. That's all I'm trying to say. Now, first question, can I take this? Yeah? Okay. So we're developing 3,000 hectares of Rubber Research Institute of Sri Lanka's project is developed by us. First thing, rubber as a monocrop is not eligible for carbon credits. That's first question. So what have we done? When we work with the farmers, we make sure that 20% or 30% is of diverse crop in nature, because there are some clear thumb rules in the carbon markets. When an off-taker is a person who buys the credit. Is it one crop? Is it a commercial crop? Right? They look at something called ecosystem benefits. Sometimes the ecosystem benefits are never really realized. I'm just letting you know that gentleman also asked, and Mr. Arun also asked. Yeah. So that's my first response to you. Second, if 250 hectares of reforestation, if I can use that word, or replantation, is your mandate as a PSU, as an extended arm of the government, sometimes you might not have additionality, because you're taking it as a responsibility of the government to replant, which means why it'll happen without carbon market money anyway. So why should there be funding for you? Because you don't meet the additionality. My peers can choose to add value or even, course correct this thing. Okay. So that is the two fundamental downsiders that I can tell. But if you develop your project and increase more hectares from other land areas, like trees outside forest, you have so many other things. You could take that same charge with multi-cropping and benefit from carbon credits. For all you know, it can be fully funded through the carbon markets itself, because we have experience in that. We've looked at the Kerala rubber story very closely. I cannot give you a black and white answer, but as a PSU, you're more inclined to the no, but with some proper planning, you can become a proper additional project, and your efforts can become a carbon credit project. So I hope that gives you that the devil is there in the details. Second, on your EVs, as a single owner, no, so sorry. But as a platform for the state of Kerala, EVs, charging infrastructure, your mass rapid transport system, Kochi Metro announced one project as well. Combined, yes, you have value, but how will the government pass that benefit to you? It's still to be worked out. But in the voluntary carbon market, there is not enough credits coming from EVs. If it is an Article 6 project, yes, it is. Unfortunately, e-mobility is not classified under Article 6 yet. So I know this is a technical answer I'm giving you, but answer for a single vehicle, it's a no. Because the number of miles you run is the number of credits you get. Because the number of miles from fossil fuel versus EV, if you run 100 miles, that means it might be 1 credit or 10 credits. So you need scale to make this work. I hope that answers and gives you more clarity. Thank you.
We can have two more questions, one from KCB.
Hello, my name is Arun. I'm with Amrut Nature Solutions Private Limited. And
I'm giving the mic immediately to somebody else.
Don't be, I'm not
Arun is up here. I'm just laughing.
Yeah, I'm not going to trouble you in any way. So great presentations. Thank you so much, because I'm pretty sure like most people, most folks here would be like, this could be their basic entry into the carbon credit markets. So being said that, Kevin, I just want to help you out when you ask for the help. The second credit, plastic credit, is like upcycling or recycling mechanism basically. One is waste collection, second one is upcycling credits. My question here is like, when we are doing agroforestry projects basically, how the government see it as from the NDC perspective? Because when the government releases their, the NDC targets, like they are thinking about 3 billion tons of more zinc and stuff, our projects, which is like a VCM, which is going to overlap with theirs. Like government cannot say from through their FSI, the legacy satellite analysis, they cannot say like what is actual forest, what is a plantation, or what is a carbon project. That is under VCM. So won't it cause a double counting issue in this aspect? If it is too much here for this discussion, we can skip this question anyway. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So actually, you are working with the farmers, or so if you're like part of So I know. So if you're working with the farmers, it will not come under double counting. So any activities which is under like forestry work is under government of control. So that way they can under NDC. But working with the farmers, they will not take under NDC. So that is my simple straight answer. So it will not be any problem under double counting. Yeah, thank you.
Like we can have a last question from KCB. After that, in the evening, in the afternoon session also, we have a Q&A. So last question.
I'm representing Kerala State Electricity Board, the state power utility. It was a great presentation. My question is, we are into battery energy, implementation of battery energy storage system, and it was mentioned that it's eligible for carbon credits. Could you please advise what's the right time to start the process? And secondly, we are the state nodal agency for charging infrastructure, and we own a network of charging stations across the state. Whether any scope for carbon credits from that? And one related question is, you mentioned that only 5.7% of emissions from transport sector. I've read that in a book that in Kerala, 49% account from transportation. I'd like to clarify.
Thank you, Madam. Arun, I think we're going to have a chat later. You know we have different permutations on this. But for all of you just to know, Arun is a wonderful peer from the market. Their company also do some wonderful work. And we are here representing the industry. So thank you thanks for asking that question as well. Madam, to your answer, very quickly, I wear two other hats. I'm the founding director for the Green Hydrogen Association in India, and the association works closely with the government of Kerala in helping in policy formulation, so on and so forth. And two, I'm also, Proclaim is the permanent seat for the International Hydropower Association in India. So why did I mention that right now? Because we work on the policy front with DISCOMs, GenComs, and any other state electricity authority at this point. First question, battery or any form of storage is still not crossed that threshold of additionality. Only run-of-the-mill wind, solar and hydro, those projects are just viable because of power purchase agreements. They've reached that level of maturity, madam. So with that level of maturity, there is no additionality for them anymore. But still, battery or any other pump storage or all these projects require more incentivization to become viable. So using that thumb rule, those projects are eligible. Now your second question, when do you have to step in as a sub-question? Our suggestion is before you draw your PPA and policy. We have helped more than 6 states transform their policy silently to enable them to get their environmental attributes towards them. Right? So we'd be happy to talk to you. We have worked with EMC from IHA, a hydropower association, giving inputs for pump storage and the recently announced hydropower policy. Second, madam, your charging infrastructure, we have taken a look at your data already. It is also dissected between inert, so many other smaller bodies, right? Until you can pull all of it together, you will not have meaningful credits. It can be tokenism. It won't put money in the bank in a way that you would say, okay, we're going to put another 100,000 charging in. It's not putting so much a quantum. So it is good for a central body, maybe EMC can take it up or you all can do it directly, pull it all together and then use it as, because then the double counting starts. Sometimes NUP might claim for the same thing and you might claim for the same thing. So that issue is there. In terms of your transportation emissions, I think any country with or state with 49% emissions, one day they don't run, then the place will be much greener. I think that number is to be relooked at, but it is definitely not 49%. State to state, the numbers can vary. Doctor, you want to chip in? Roughly, if you want to, feel free. I'm not putting you on a spot, but I don't think 49% is ever possible. It would be really skewed, madam. So I hope these are the 3 questions. Did I miss anything else for you? Correct. Yeah, so there is one slide which is on our presentation which clearly tells you if this is so, yes, it's eligible. If this is not so, eligible. So I'll give you 3 small things. If it is under RPO, not eligible. Okay, madam. If it is benefiting from any sort of banking and any other benefit that it is receiving right now, or green tariff, it is not eligible. If the power purchase is not clear as to who is getting what benefit and thing, again, it is not eligible, right? So these 3 will help you understand, is your project qualifying for IREC or not? And yes, as Mr. Naren mentioned, ENERT is working with us. The biggest challenge, with all due respect, has been documentation. When the government sets up, it has the power to do things so quickly. Sometimes it doesn't have all the trails that the carbon market wants to verify. Unfortunately, for international renewable energy certificates, we manage about 2.5 gigawatts. We have been completely committed to the state of Kerala, but that documentation has been very difficult to streamline. So I'm happy to share that offline with you, and if you can fix it, then whatever is beyond RPO, beyond your renewable power obligations, I can guarantee tell you it's eligible for IREX. I hope that answers. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Kavin, sir, Mr. Karthik, and Dr. Alok for your time. And we will wind up for the lunch. Thank you all. So the lunch has been set up outside where you went for the tea. Okay. And so that's it. So we can come back by 2:15. At least by 2:15 we can start the next session. Otherwise we will be So thank you so much. Mr. Kavin, once again Mr. Kavin Kumar Kandasamy, the CEO and founder of Proclaim Services, will be handling the first afternoon session. And after the completion of the session, he will be leaving. So we can have a set of questions. If you want, you can ask one or two questions to him. Okay. So I am kindly handing over the mic to Mr. Kavin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, the lunch is still kicking in. Let's the first thing is, in my other life, I run a few schools. Every time I come up on the stage, I always ask the question to the last people in the bench. They're like, okay, somebody's sitting up right now properly. I see a lot of missing faces, but if there is a way that we could bring everybody in, it'll always be nice. And somebody told me if you start clapping very loudly, the other people think they're missing out on some action and they all run in. Can we try it? Is that okay? And now that's when you should open the doors and let the noise go out. Thank you. Okay. Now, because this is where the money is. How do you price carbon credits? How do you trade it? That's what this whole session is all about. I was told I have 30 minutes and I'm going to stay back for some Q&A. And then with the permission of the organizers, I will be stepping out for some other meetings locally. So, one, I think both my peers have set up the stage very well. Now do you all understand what carbon credits are? How many of you have understood now, at least better than morning, that 1 ton of carbon emission is 1 carbon credit or carbon equivalent? It's okay, you can confidently put your hands up, no questions are going to be asked right now. Wonderful, we all know. Now, do you feel carbon credits is going to bring funding, doesn't matter small or big, to take on climate opportunities? Broadly, okay, I see head shakes. Now, in this presentation, what I'm going to go through is, I don't have the clicker here. Okay, the clicker's here. Thanks. I'm sorry, yeah, it's working. Okay. So this is going to be, you have to follow with me. We're going to take a look at different types of projects. How do people pay for it? What is the trading mechanism? What is the process like? Very practically, no technicality. Okay? No jargons. We're going to talk logic, because that's the way I understand all these industries, only through logic. And there are better people than us for science, better people than me, at least. Now, we've spoken about this. We spoke about the different types of registries which set standards for what is a carbon project. So one of the most prominent registries is this registry called Verra. Okay? And the second most prominent might be this one called Gold Standard in the voluntary carbon market. The most prominent for IREX, International Renewable Energy Certificate. The two wonderful people from KACB asked me this question earlier. They will be eligible for renewable energy certificates. We are going to go through all of this in a quick fashion, but a very logical fashion. Okay? Now, I explained earlier that the stakeholder map looks like this. So let's just take a look at this one. What is a project originator? Anybody who identifies a project, ground up, designs a project. Let's, in this case, take my good friend's question about rubber plantation, Mr. Kiran asked earlier today. So, rubber plantations, if they are setting it up, they are a project originator. Okay? Anybody who begins the source of a project is called a project originator. Now, anybody who helps in further developing it into a carbon project can be a project developer. Sometimes the project originator is the project developer. So you can see Proclime is part of an originator, Proclime is part of the development circle. Now, once we have developed this project, we have to develop it based on certain registry standards. Like which standard are you following? ISO, this, that. Like that in the carbon market, there are registries. If you let three of us, start talking in the room, we'll be talking jargons like AI, saying which VCM, V/3344. None of you all will understand what it is, but these are all registry methodologies. I'm sorry I keep blocking your view, but these are all registry methodologies, okay? So these registries are the ones that we use to follow a certain type of standard to say, okay, I'm developing a afforestation, reforestation and revegetation project. Which methodology? It is under -- Verra, Gold Standard, Gold Carbon. Under that registry, what methodology number? So that is a registry. You know a project originator, you know a project developer, you know a registry. Now, since we are developing the projects, we cannot be the ones saying that we have validated, have we followed all the regulations properly. That is done by a validation and verification body. Okay? A validator does the first validation saying, yes, Proclime has developed everything by the standards established and commonly accepted in the voluntary carbon market. That has come from an audit body called VVB, Validation and Verification Body. Every once in 5 years or 2 years, I told somebody from agriculture earlier that you have to monitor every year the impact, because agriculture is a yearly cycle. But forestry is once in 5 years, once in 10 years, a 20-year cycle for issuing carbon credits. So somebody has to say you started well with the right methodology, and somebody has to say every few years, this is their impact. Based on their impact, so much carbon credits can be issued to them. That body is called the verification body. Okay? And these are all the top verification bodies. And I mentioned the registries earlier. I'm sorry I kept referring here, but they're all here. Verra, American Carbon Registry, Gold Standard. And not all registries have methodologies for every project type. Some registries might have methodologies for biochar. Some people might not know what biochar is. Some people have registry methodologies for renewable energy. Some people have for nature-based solutions, right? So stuff like that. So not all registries have methodologies for everything. So that's another rule for you all to remember. Now, after origination, development, registry, validation, verification, financing bodies, there are a dime a dozen. My peer spoke about some of his financing agencies as well. But somebody has to say, what is the quality of the project? The verifier validator based on this registry will say, yes, Proclime has passed. But they will not say with 70% score, 80% score, or 100% score. Okay? So in this case, somebody has to do ratings of the project. So these are called ratings agencies. Okay? I hope I'm able to give you an understanding of how many different people are there in the carbon ecosystem, right? Now, let's move further. You have to trade. This is why I'm doing this presentation now. There are places where you can go trade. I have a project, I have put it on some sort of a exchange platform, and that platform is able to have buyers and sellers, those who want to buy and those who want to sell. It's like a commodity, right? It's like an exchange. So that is called the marketplace, and of course goes without saying, the buyers. And these are the quasi-regulatory, my apologies, anybody who sets the global sort of approach or direction, and not the registries. Anybody who says all countries have agreed to go in this direction, like UN or anything, they're called quasi-regulatory. So I'm going to move on, because this will help you understand what is a process. Again, Alok and Karthik spoke about it earlier, but now I'm going to focus on how they spoke about which registries. The other one spoke about how do you quantify the emissions. Now I'm going to talk about how do you trade them. But if you don't know these players, you might not know who I'm talking about. Okay? Going to move. I don't know if this is really visible, but I'm going to go very simple. So a project is originated, then a project is issued credits. So this is where somebody says, I have identified a project and funded it, I have designed it and developed it, I have validated it, I have registered it. That means I can start issuing carbon credits. Now, on an average, a standard nature-based solution project, nature-based is agroforestry, conservation, afforestation, sustainable agriculture, land management, alternative wetting and drying. There are so many types of nature-based projects, okay, including blue carbon, which is mangroves. All nature-based projects have a life cycle of 40 years, okay? This is one of the reasons that the governments also do not understand how do we engage with a partner for 40 years. We've seen that in our practical exchanges with the government. So it takes 5 years for a plantation to generally grow. Most of you who are experts here will understand that, for it to become stable. Then after the 5th year, every 5 years you can issue carbon credits. Okay? First time in the 5th year, that is the 6th year. After that, from 6 to 10 can be carbon credits issued every 5 years. Or you can issue it once in 2 years also. It depends on the type of the project, but the cycle can go on for 40 years from the date of inception of the project. That means you can issue carbon credits for a nature-based solution project for a total number of 40 years. Why is it for 40 years? Okay? When you do issue it for 40 years, the project becomes permanent, because economic value is there. In the first 5-10 years, people have made sure that the project fights against the adversities of ecosystem challenges and then is able to become a permanent project, which is what we call the theory of change. When does a farmer permanently move to climate-friendly practices? When he or she knows that they're going to receive money in the bank every year for following a certain type of practice. By the 5th or 6th year, it's become their way of life. Correct? So it's called the theory of change. That theory of change, to cement it, is why the carbon markets are designed for a period of 40 years. Now, you can issue carbon credits on a cyclic basis. Okay? And this is what it means. After you get the carbon credits issued, you can either sell them in a exchange, which is what we call the spot market. I go to an exchange, it's almost like a market. What is the today's price? What is your offer? What is my selling price? We negotiate and we sell. But that is not the smartest way. Okay? The smartest way is what I'm going to show next. I don't know if you guys can see, but let's do this. Normally, let's go to this. Okay, so normally you can go direct to the project off-taker. So let's say today I want to sell my project's credits to, let's talk about a company which is in aviation. For the purpose of an argument, let's call this Windigo and not Indigo so that I am politically correct. Okay? Now, Windigo wants carbon emissions to be reduced on their flights. Now, my friends here will say there is Corsia and all of that, but India is not still active in the Corsia market, which is an aviation-based target. Okay, so we're not going to talk about that, but let's say Indigo says every flight I want it to be a carbon neutral flight. Now, Windigo comes and says, hey, Core CarbonX, hey, Infinite, hey, Proclaim, hey, Government of Kerala, I like your project. On day one itself, I know you're going to have 20 million carbon credits coming over 40 years. I want your carbon credits for the next 40 years at this flat price. It doesn't matter what the market fluctuation is. I will pay this price because I know the market will go up. At that time, it will cost me more. So, if they do this, it's called a forward contract. Okay? Now, those of you who are running power projects know it's like power purchase agreement. Just no complete guarantee, but there is a base price set and there is stability in your project because every year you know you're running the project, you are going to get paid. So that is called a forward contract. It is over here. Now, the other way is a pre-purchase agreement where sometimes you get into an agreement saying if you meet these targets, I'll pay so much right now, I'll pay so much later. Okay, but at least I'm going to put so much money in your escrow so that you and I can agree that these are the terms and this is how we buy. So this is when a project developer gets money to develop the project properly. So there are so many ways to do this, and I'll tell you what Proclaim also does in a bit. And then the last way is to go directly to the spot market, put it on an exchange, and then whoever is bidding, they bid for a better price. Normally this doesn't work as well as we would like it to. My peers would agree with me on it. It's better to just work directly with the off-taker, Windigo, and say, Windigo, this is my price, this is what you want, let's work with each other. So there are also aggregators in the market, people who buy on behalf of other people. So how many of you know Apple claims that their watch is carbon neutral? So, if a watch is carbon neutral, that means Apple is ensuring that every supplier's emissions, what Alok spoke about, 1, 2, 3, is offset. And there is a company in London aggregating projects from across the world and using all those carbon credits to offset the emissions of Apple's watch supply. Okay, so Apple now knows any emissions that it is putting out in the atmosphere, it is actually compensating for it and nullifying it. Okay, so you can work on forward, you can work on pre-purchase agreements, you can work directly with the developer, with an aggregator, you can work on a spot market. There's so many ways to do it. Now, what is the most preferred way before, going into how it is priced? All of Proclaim's projects, which we consider hyper quality because we originate all our projects, we take our time, we work with all the stakeholders, get every documentation in place, and since I come from public infrastructure as well, I understand how to work with governments. All our projects are 30 to 50% sold in the forward market. So today, Proclaim has a forward contract in place, and I'll use our Sri Lankan project. The Sri Lankan project, which generates 6.9 million carbon credits over 40 years, has been forward booked at $40 per credit, which is one of the highest price actually. My peers know that pricing is very rare to come across, and $40 per credit. But not every project will get that same price. Here, we've developed such robust quality as to how our money is going to be distributed to the communities. We've got government oversight. So there's a lot of parameters that makes a project so viable. We are reserving 20% for the spot market. So 70% of my pie is gone, right? And we are reserving 30% for a structured option or some sort of a pull and put option, which is more like saying if you reach this target, the buyer will give you this price. if you fall below this target, the buyer can take the option of buying you at a lower price. Okay? So it's more like saying, I have my safe basket, I have my volatile basket, and I have like a gamified basket. So this combined, hold your guns, we're investing about $12 million into this project, in one project in Sri Lanka. We've committed to $150 million in investment, makes us one of the largest developers in the region. That project will generate a total gross of $240 million over 40 years. Don't get excited. It's a lot of work. Lot of work, right? But this means it puts $50 million back into community development programs. Now, it sounds like a lot of money. Too many ifs, buts, everything has to be crossed. It is as bankable as a power project if you design it well. Like this, we're designing 34 projects. So you can imagine a good quality project can fetch you the right price. Now, I'll tell you what are the checklists for making a good quality project and the pricing strategy. So you all have understood how projects credits are traded? I hope that's clear. I see some head shakes. Good. Now we're going to go to how credits can be priced. Practical insights. No theory. First, again, I'm referring to my peers. Not all project types are of high demand. I'm so sorry. Okay? Not all project types are of high demand. Cook stoves have a certain type of appetite in the carbon markets. Afforestation projects have a certain type of appetite in the carbon markets. Biochar, which is considered one of the best form of carbon removal, because you're removing the carbon from the atmosphere once you put it in the soil for 150 years minimum, which means you're giving the world 150 years to heal. So somebody should pay a better price for that, no? I mean, trees, if you burn it, don't burn it. If you do, it still goes up in flames. So there is a risk of permanence. It's called permanence risk. But in biochar, that permanence risk is not there. Even better, if you take it and trap it in geological, surfaces, it's called geological removals. They are considered to remove the carbon for close to 1,000 years. Somebody has to pay the price for it, right? So now we're going to see that not all project types are priced equal. Please remember that. Do not think that your waste management credit and your nature-based solution credit will get the same price. Okay? First thing is to understand there are 200 types of ways to generate carbon credits. Not all of them are valued the same in terms of risk and permanence. Second, if you develop this project in a developed economy, you might generate much lesser credits. But if you develop the project in a least developing country or an emerging economy, it adds to the value of the equation, saying that country needs more funding, so hence we will give them a better price. So region matters. Now I'm going to confuse you a little. Wind, solar, hydro, I said no carbon credits in India. But if you set up the same in Madagascar, carbon credits are eligible. Now you can ask why. Because it is a poorer country where they might need this incentivization to make the renewable energy projects viable. Okay? So additionality, this word, is a moving parameter. Please remember that alone. Okay? Third, sometimes you would have issued a credit in 2016. And you would have asked, why is a 2016 credit not worth much right now? The impact has already happened. You've kept it in the locker for too long. You should have sold it or transacted it within a certain time. I'm not going to name somebody. One of the government said, Kevin, I want you to issue all the credits for me, but I don't want to sell anything. I asked her, why? It's too complex to sell it. We don't want to, and I don't want to be the one selling it. I said, fine, sir, but what are you going to do out of this? You're going to spend so much of crores. He said, no, don't put your money. I'll put for this. I want to prove that we can get the carbon credits. I said, it baffles me. You're trying to develop a commodity which you don't want to sell, but you're going to keep in the room. You will get a pricing parameter from me. I'll give you the pricing parameter. But tomorrow, after 2 years, if you say it is the same price, it won't be the same price. Then your government will question you why so-and-so did not sell it at this time. So there's a lot of gap in understanding about this. Please understand, in the carbon markets, we use a word called vintage. If any of our peers say vintage V23, that means credit issued in the year 23. You got the idea? Every passing year, the price of the credit will drop down further because the impact has already happened, and somebody would say, why should I pay for it now? I'd rather pay for new impact or recent impact. So that affects your pricing. Fourth, integrity. Some people again might say, an existing plantation, can we do some hullabulla paperwork and then make it work? It'll come out eventually. So that is what we call integrity. We always want to work with the governments because we feel they are the most, a fairly democratic process. They're the most bankable authority to provide integrity, but unfortunately, the bureaucracy has to work through its system, which is again understandable. But they bring the most integrity, but they also bring in if I ask my peers, they might say complexities, because we're already dealing with the carbon markets complexities. Then we're dealing with the paperwork complexities here. But governments are good integrity partners. Okay? So, but that does not mean you have to go work with the government. 60 to 70, I'd say 90% of India's projects are all from the private sector. Correct me on that? Give or take? Yeah, good. All right. So, project type, region, vintage, integrity. Now, core benefits. I wish I could show you all more, but unfortunately, I didn't put it on the slide. Today, our mangroves, I'm going to use the mangroves as a good example. It does not give only carbon sequestration benefits, sucking out the carbon, storing it in its tree and its thing. What happens? It's able to rejuvenate the whole water bodies there, regulate it. After that, it's able to bring the fish back, crabs back, aquaculture back. It's able to enhance the livelihood of the communities living over there. And if there is unfortunate, tsunamis or anything, it is able to prevent even that, right? So many benefits, biodiversity benefits. So the amount of core benefits that come out of a project also adds to the value of a credit. So sometimes you will see a technically slick project, but very, 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 very bad storytelling. Even that project might get a bad price. So it's a combination of so many factors which I will show you to the very end. Then the last, which is forgotten most often, is this project part of a mandate in terms of corresponding adjustment or something like that, which is a country level mechanism to say all mangroves are my mangroves if the government says. One, it's lost additionality. Two, any good work you do will go under the country's target of meeting climate targets and not your carbon project. So quite a lot of these factors come into play when pricing a carbon credit. If you remember even half of this, you've already got half your PhD. Because it took us so many years to understand all of this and simplify it, right? And we learned this from the market. So I hope that gives you an understanding of what parameters goes into pricing it. Now let me give you the raw, not able to change. Okay, I'm not going through this. These were gone through earlier. And this is IREX. I'll go into them. Let's go into this. Now, this is a screen grab I took this morning of pricing of carbon credits. It's very boring to look at, but take a look. What you see on the top is nature-based carbon offset. 40 cents, 40 cents, 39 cents, 38 cents, 40 cents from the spot market. Just cents, okay? Similarly, mangrove project. I'm not going to tell you which project. 2021 vintage, 20,000, credits were sold in spot. $27 pricing difference. See? Nature-based both projects. CCB means community, climate, community, and biodiversity. Same thing, another project in avoidance credits called RED. Okay? Which means the forest which could have been destroyed is being prevented from destruction. $4. So you get the idea. So many parameters go into pricing a carbon credit. But this is where the kick becomes very high. This project here, I'll go to the next slide, is this line here you see? $175 it peaked. $155 it sort of peaked here. It's a biochar project. Per credit, per ton. That means 155 into 85. That's the conversion math, right? So, carbon credits based on the project type, based on the design, based on their rating, based on where they are, based on so many benefits, you can determine your price. Do not think because you set up a carbon project, their carbon project pricing is your carbon project pricing. I hope I've been able to make that clear. It's like quality versus quantity. And take this from me, sooner or later everybody is buying quality. There will be a lot in the market that buy quantity. You design quality over quantity at all times. So, and even this, if you see, it's a biochar project from right? They have to go through all these parameters from where did you originate, all these questions before they give it to their off-takers to say, hey, Microsoft, hey, Windigo, this is your pricing. Okay? Good. So, again, this is about IREX. Since KSEB asked me about IREX, I had to quickly put one slide here. I can actually do a simple exercise. How much more minutes I have? I had 30 minutes, I know, but how many more I have right now? Feel free to tell me. 5 minutes? Okay, good. Can I request all of you to just pull out your mobile phones right now? Just very quickly. Very, very quickly, please. I'd like to just do a simple 1-minute exercise. I'm not promoting Proclimb site, but I'd like you to go through a process because that's where the calculator is. On proclimb.world, proclimb.world. Please go there. Can I get a thumbs up from somebody? I am on proclimb.world. Proclime. I got a thumbs up, so I'm going to move. Okay? If you scroll down, there's going to be the first banner, then the what type of projects. There is an IREC calculator, IREC calculator. I'm going to look at Sandeep and team. Did you guys get it? Good. Super. Did you all find it? Thumbs up. IREC calculator. Now, the first line would say how many megawatts of a project you have. I'm going to look at the KSEB team and they're going to put like 10,000 megawatts or something, but please put anything you want. 5, 10 megawatts. This is for calculating how much you will have in an international renewable energy certificate. So please choose. Put 5, 10,000, whatever megawatts you want. Or your own project, your friend's project. Have you put it? Next, it will ask you to choose what kind of device, solar, wind or hydro. Choose anything to your comfort. Solar, wind, hydro. Choose anything. Kerala should choose more of hydro, wind, solar, anything. All of these are rated. Next, it will ask you to choose India and the state. Please choose Kerala. So you get a, do you all find the country and the state? Okay. All right. Now the last is pricing. Today, please don't put the pricing. Today for solar vintage 25 is 0.85. Okay. Now today for wind is about 0.80. For hydro is 0.45. Please put your number. 0.85, 0.80, 0.45. Don't press anything. Please scroll up now a little. You will see a calculation. Somebody give me a thumbs up that you've got the calculation. Okay, EMC's got it. So, can somebody say how much money they could make from IREC? EMC gentlemen, can I ask you guys, how much money are you guys making from your IRECs? Okay, $124,730. I know they went for their real capacity and checked. So, what is stopping you from getting your international renewable energy certificate, which is not eligible for carbon credits, your renewable energy projects, because they are only eligible for, renewable energy certificates? That's the kind of money you would make. There are a lot of technicalities. Right? But beyond all that, I just wanted you to really understand, if you can simply pull up a calculator and take a look at your own power capacity and say you put a price to it. What I gave you is today's pricing. None of our margins, nothing, gross. Okay? Today's pricing, today you know, if you have so much of capacity, what happens. So this is what an IREX certificate looks like. We work with about 2.5 gigawatts of IREX across India, Sri Lanka, Nepal. And this is the amount of IREX that were issued globally, but I'll show you this. Stop here. In India, 5 million IREX were issued for wind in some 2023 or so, and 2.5 million was sold when we took this chart. This is about a month back or something. So which means there's more than 50 to 60% liquidity in the market. Got the idea? If so many credits were issued, IREX were issued, more than 60% of it is sold. Which means there's enough liquidity in the market and people want to buy these IREX for the scope 2 emissions. But since I'm not talking about that in detail, it's only trading and pricing, this is for you all. Now, last slide. These are the fundamentals we look at ProClimb before we design, develop, implement a project. One, it needs to have additionality. All of you know what additionality is? It clearly needs to add value in climate change. It needs to have transparency. All projects need to have utter documentation, clarity, rights, everything, very clear. That's when you drive the price. It needs to have long effect, longevity. It needs to have permanence. We don't do projects where you start today and tomorrow the effect can be reversed. No. We want permanent fight in climate change, and that's one of our fundamental ethos, right? And that's why our pricing is very good. High integrity, strong governance, and this is overlooked all the time, compelling narrative. People like a good story, right? Windigo wants to buy a good story project. They don't want to buy a bad story, community rift project. A good story is very, very nice. And last, financials. Very sound financials drive the value of a project. So that brings me to what we do. We have a full climate stack of projects, trades, investments, and advisory. You all can look us up on the site later. And this is some of the work we do. Thank you, everybody. So I hope you've been able to understand how to trade, how to price your project, and taken an exercise to really price it today and see how much you'll make. And those were my objectives for this session I was given. And I hope I've given you guys a global perspective on where these carbon credits will take you. And it's a matter of action versus intent now. I know all of you have the intent. Time to act is now. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity once again.
Thank you, Sri Kavin Kumar Kandasamy. So, like, Mr. Kavin is actually leaving after this session. So, like, two questions, maximum of 2 questions. Back.
വനമേഖലയിൽ കണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഗ്രാൻഡീസ്, അക്കേഷ്യ, വനത്തിലെ കളകൾ മുതലായവ വനനശീകരണത്തിന് കാരണമാകുന്നു. തന്നിമിത്തം വനമേഖലയിലുള്ള കർഷകർ വന്യജീവി ശല്യം നേരിടുന്നു, വരൾച്ച നേരിടുന്നു, കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനത്തിന് കാരണമാകുന്നു. പരിസ്ഥിതി നാശത്തിന് കാരണമാകുന്ന ഗ്രാൻഡീസ്, അക്കേഷ്യ വളരുന്ന കേരളത്തിലെ വനമേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് നടപ്പാക്കിയാൽ നമുക്ക് കാർബൺ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ഫണ്ട് ലഭിക്കുന്നതിൽ നിന്ന് പുറന്തള്ളപ്പെടുകയില്ലേ?
Thank you. So I had a chat with him earlier, and I'm fairly familiar with this topic. I can only speak in English, so sorry. But maybe you can translate it for him later. Yeah. So the first thing about invasive species tree is it sucks a lot of water, like what he said, creates a water imbalance, stops other trees from growing, okay, kills native species very quickly, prevents biodiversity like elephants, trees from having what they would have as common food, brings them closer to Kerala's, settlement areas, which is where the human-wildlife conflict is a big issue in Kerala. We are very much aware of it. Now, his question is, if I remove it and if I do anything with it, can I get carbon credits in a simple sense? The answer is, if you remove it and if you burn it, no. Okay? If you remove it and convert it into opportunities like biochar, right? Because Senna spectabilis, acacia, Prosopis juliflora, lantana, all these are types of trees that grow in the forest at a very rapid pace and kills the biodiversity. If you can involve the community, if you can develop a biochar and, further ensure that it is used back in the soil, carbon credits are available, sir. So, simple answer is yes, lot of technicality. Okay? You and I will talk. Thank you. You can convert it for him if you want later. Sure. Yeah, okay.
Sir, one more question.
Please, sir.
I am a bamboo planter. I convert rubber trees to bamboo. It is good for biochar, and it is good for shelter and many things, for food, for dress, and for this 2G ethanol and everything we can get from bamboo. Also green steel from bamboo. So what's your opinion about?
So first answer is, cultivating something for the purpose of biochar is not permitted. It can come from agricultural residue, can come from invasive species and more. But bamboo-based carbon projects are there. My answer is biochar might not be your direct answer. If you use it specifically for your harvesting for biochar, the answer is, it has a bad sentiment. Technically right, bad sentiment. So it won't sell. Remember those 8 pillars I told you, right? But you can use bamboo-based biochar projects as community-led projects, and there is definitely carbon credits for that. Okay, but a lot of other questions, but I'm giving you just overall answer. Yeah? So, okay, so but we'll exchange details and we'll talk again. My colleague is over here. He can also talk with you later.
One last question. Hi Kevin, my name is Shakir Abu. I come from facade industry where embodied and operational carbon plays a role. My question is regarding the trading that you said. The pricing of each kind of category is different. So from an investor angle, why for me it is like I need to offset 100 MT of carbon. Why should I buy a higher priced kind of a carbon? Because end of the day my P&L matters to me. So why should I buy that?
Very fair question. So there are something that we call junk credits in the market. Something that sells at a very low price, right? Slowly and steadily the market sentiment is moving away from these junk credits because they know that they don't have good impact. Now, I'll give you a real story without quoting the company's name. They bought credits from a poor narrative project. They utilized those credits. A news article scathingly wrote about the benefits not being done properly, impact not being done properly. Their market share dropped by 7%. For a multi-billion-dollar company, a 7% market share drop is a very bad thing. So companies have really understood if they don't contribute their impact to climate change, their bottom line is going to drop in the future also, not just market price. Their resources won't be available properly. So this mindset of buying junk credit is slowly going off in the best interest of the company itself. And the market is also moving away. If you ask my peers, they'll tell you they don't want to do poor quality projects. If it was there before, they'll continue it. But they will not pick up another poor sentiment project. Yeah. So this is a straight out answer. It will take another 5 years to fade off, but the sentiment is moving in the right direction. Yeah. Thank you everybody, and thanks for your patience, audience. My colleague is here. Please do feel free to ask questions later with him. If not, we'd be happy to answer through EMC also much later. Yeah. Thank you once again.
Yes, sir, please, sir. For our, as a gratitude, EMC's token of appreciation, so I'd like to invite Sandeep sir to give a small... Thank you so much, sir. Now, on coming to the session 5, that is on carbon credit certification verification, I would like to invite Dr. Alok Kumar Khore, General Manager, Infinite Solutions.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Before I start my session, I add something for previous session. For the question is behind you, why investor are invest or get a credit for good credits or junk credit difference. The one criteria for SDGs, if you have a maximum SDGs in your projects, the credit price will high. The SDGs belongs to Sustainable Development Goal, that is 15 SDGs. For community-based projects have a 5 to 6 SDGs, and for renewable projects the 2 to 3 or 4 credits are there. So number of SDGs are definitely improve carbon credit price. So I'll start my session. Yep, sure. Energy industries, second one is energy distribution, third one is energy distribution, third one is AAC block. Who know about AAC block? Can you aware? Yes. Can you elaborate what is AAC block? Yes, it is a replacement of red clay brick. Okay, the baseline is a red clay brick, and if you have to replace red clay brick through AAC block, you can earn the carbon credits. Second is transport. The transport have a MRTS and BRTS, mass rapid transport system, like metros. Okay. The DMRC Delhi is one of the example for create carbon credit projects in 2012, and the credits renew and multiple projects are there, like line 1, line 2, line 3. Every project's line have a carbon credit project, and the DMRC created not individual projects, it's create a POA, program of activity, and multiple CPS add to in their one projects. So it's kind of umbrella for a carbon credit projects through MRTS. That is a mass rapid transit system. So yes, transportation have a carbon credit system. Some BRTS projects like bus rapid transit system. In community or municipal corporation are implemented local transportation for shift to rail network or fossil fuel bus network to shift the BRTS corridor. Ahmedabad is one of the example for BRTS projects. and mining and mineral industries. Second is agriculture. Next is afforestation, reforestation, waste handling, solid waste, liquid waste. Solvent use industries are getting a carbon credit. Fugitive emissions from fossil fuels, and metal production. These sectors are involved and for create a carbon credit. And all these sectors are cover all registries like VCS, GS, CDM and all. The baseline emission scenario, the baseline emission and project emission is equal to emission reduction. For project emission scenario is a renewable energy project development. And ER's cell transfer 1 ER is equal to 1 ton of CO2 equivalent. ER is equal to, ER means what? Emission reduction for implementing a project. Yeah, project cycle procedure. Already Rao sir is elaborating this. The project design document, that is the project or PDD or project proponent, the national approval by DNA, validation is DOE. Validation is a validation and verification body, that is a third party. And we are talk in our communication language is DOE. Registration by CDM, monitoring by project proponent. Project proponent is a project developer. And verify by DOE. And ensure and GHG removal by and issuance are in CDM. So yes, CDM. Board is UNFCCC. Founding year in 1997, registry is UN, reach in internationally reach, geographical area non-annexure country for Kyoto Protocol, countries covered in 111 countries, and registered project is 7,830 plus. Credit issuance is 2064 million tons of CO2, and carbon credit accepted by EU, Corsia, Colombia carbon tax, South Korea and Mexico carbon taxes. But CDM is not continue for this. The article 6.4 is introduced and continued updation on the methodology, process and all. The criteria of CDM is regional scope, tradable unit name is certified emission reduction, CERs. The project eligibility criteria, 6 months of date purchase order, major equipment needs sent to CDM consideration. The project eligibility criteria is kind of how many old projects are capable or registered for this. Though for first purchase order of board meeting scenario or first purchase order are considering the start project date. Letter of approval, yes, DNA. And crediting period 10-year fix, crediting period or 21-year renewals, or every 7 years are renewal period. The credit price is varies 0.5 cent to $1. This is a VCS, verified carbon standard. New RE projects not allowed now, as previous lecture sir says. Whereas founding year is 2007, registry is Vera. International and graphical area, international and independent. Countries covered in 72 plus countries covered in VCS. Registered project in 1711 plus. Credit issues by 47 million ton of CO2. Carbon credit accepted by Corsia, Colombia carbon tax and South Korea ETS. The regional scope is international and independent, and the verified carbon units. The CERs is now tends to CEUs. VCUs. The application criteria, 2 year of commission date. Project implemented criteria is the main independent criteria. The 2 years of commissioning date. DOE conduct validation and registered for this project. Only DOE covers for this. The letter of approval not required. The crediting period is 10-year fix. Every year or 21 years of renewal. Renewal in every 7 years. Not validation, it's verification also. Crediting price varies 1 to 2 USD. The prices may be vary as per depend on project quality, the SDGs are covered in your projects and market scenario. That is gold standard. The new RE projects are not allowed now. The gold standards based on Switzerland, UN plus GS registry. All these registries are covered or adopted as CDM methodology, because CDM is a father of all registries. So reach of international independent graphical area, 72 plus countries are involved. Registered project 2196, 138 million ton of CO2. The carbon credit accepted by Corsia, Colombia, Texas, South Korea, ACST. The project tradable units is GSCER and GSVR, verified emission reduction and certified emission reduction. Application criteria, project should be registered in CDM first. First year from date of purchase order, project should be listed. Letter of approval not required. Crediting period 10-year fixed, because letter of approval is not required because that is a voluntary market based. If compliance market based, the letter of approval is a mandate. Now 15 years renewal in 5 year every must for GS. Crediting periods $2 to $4 and $2 to $4 USD. Registered first year issuance, CDM fees, GS fees. The different per credit of fees are involved in GS. Issuance fees second. The issuance fees are SOP fees structure USD 0.02 dollar or 20 cents credits plus 1.5 SOPs credit deduction. Cash fee structure is USD 0.1 per credit. The GS are involved per credit investment. So yes, it is little bit higher pricing. The GCC, Global Carbon Council. GCC founded in 2016 and GCC portal reaches international independent global approach. One approach and 7 submitted projects. That is old data, but right now there is lot of projects registered. The international independent ACCs not required the letter of approval. The 10-year fixed crediting period and 21 years is renewal projects. Because the renewal project's life is 25 years, so 21 years are in compliance. The account fees is 1000 USD, project fees is 1000 USD, annual maintenance fees for projects is 1000 USD. The global emission standard, the GES, founding years 2020, Eco Registry International and International Independent. Currently covers none because of projects are under validation process, the developing buyer base. The international and independent project regional scope, tradable units is GERU, project already under CDM, VCS, GS. Application criteria, letter of approval not required, and 10-year fixed carbon crediting period and 21 years as renewal. Forestry projects, 20 years of fixed and 40 years of renewable projects. Credit price is 60 cents and 90 cents. IREC, International Renewable Energy Certification, founding years is 2000, Evident app. So this is the criteria of IREC. That one more history, triggers. Yes. It is a renewable energy kind of survey. These list of LDCs. If any renewable projects are not registered for developing countries or India, these LDCs are eligible for GS and GCC also. If LDCs are implement any renewable projects, the credit price is high, number of SDGs, if your project in SDGs are low, but credit price is high because that is an LAG, least development countries list. The type of project, renewable energies, solar, wind, hydro, biogas, biomass projects, geothermal, solar water heaters. The energy efficiency project is lighting, process, waste heat recovery. Waste heat recovery system is in like if we have a cement industry, a lot of energy are waste. So if we can change some add-on retrofit system or technology, the waste heat recovery system are regenerated. So the waste energy are used in production. So if retrofit costs are overcome or cover with carbon credit projects, furnace, building, nature-based solutions, agriculture, forestry, carbon footprint, event, organization, airport. The carbon footprinting events like if we today's events are also eligible for event footprinting in carbon. So we have lunch, we have podium and electricity. So yes, some emission are generate. The community-based projects improve cook stove and water purifier system. Water purifier system is nothing but a reverse osmosis, that is RO system. And in this project, we have to implement the RO system for community, or we can clean the water for traditional technology also, like sodium and PP systems are generated, or like alum cleaning or also there. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
So good afternoon. It was a very good session post lunch. So I have one question.
Yes.
Basically, I am an energy auditor. So we do energy audits and propose ECMs, energy conserving measures, which will either save electricity or any type of fuel. So basically, scope 1 or scope 2. These are what we are recommending. So sometimes we recommend fuel switching from fossil fuel to biofuel. So my question is, this energy efficiency projects you are showing. So once we recommend, the end user has to implement it to get the energy saving, which will in turn connect to save the scope 1 or scope 2. So this emissions, can we claim carbon credits, or
Definitely.
in which it is carbon removal or removal credits, or something else you told, no, that avoidance credit?
That is carbon avoidance credit, and if you change a fuel switch, there is some small scale method are available for fuel switch. You can change the fossil fuel to organic fuel, like biomass briquettes and all for furnace and boilers. So thus definitely, but the one restriction and criteria is the amount of energy and production.
Okay.
It's not like 1 ton only requirement of energy. 1 ton of fuel you can replace the fuel switch. The project feasible is not there. The amount of at least small scale in 10 ton every day.
Okay, that means, see, the amount
scale
of heat,
scale of amount of fuel.
the amount of heat will not change. That
No.
kilocalorie will not change. So whenever we are switching from fossil fuel to biomass or briquettes or pellets or something,
Yes,
the
yes.
amount of quantity of fuel will increase.
Yes, yes.
Depending about the caloric value of the fuel.
Yes.
So in this case, actually, people are telling two things. One is to whenever we are switching to wood or some biomass fuel, the carbon has to be zero carbon we have to account, or the biomass itself has some carbon emission. This is also a debatable question. So we are also in a confusion, because now we are accounting like, if when a facility is already using wood as a fuel. So I recommended some energy savings in the boiler, like by saving steam. So some operational changes or some things we made, and the energy is saved. The quantity of wood is saved. Fuel input is saved. Now is it can we claim carbon emission is reduced or something?
If you can use wood, you cannot claim carbon credit. If you can use agriculture waste based biomass briquette, because that is a waste.
Okay.
So waste is you can claim the carbon credit.
Okay. Thank you.
I think in your presentation before, you have shown like accredited carbon verifier. Who is a carbon verifier? If I get a ISO 1464, will I be?
I'm talking about assurance. If you have to some GHG reporting and you have to assure for third party, the double ISC 3000 is one of assuring platform, and AA1000 is a platform for you have to accredit for your report, for assured report.
No, in the morning session, I think you or Karthik have shown like accredited carbon verifier.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I am from Malabar Cancer Center. So I am basically from the health sector. I would like to know what are opportunities for health sector in this carbon credit market. And we are an organization who try to be net zero campus. Can we change this to a carbon credit project?
Not exactly for carbon credit, but yes, you have to go through for net zero goal with the help of energy consumption, because you have lot energy consuming kind of machines like CT scan and all. Is get a more energy and magnetic field.
Sir, we are trying some projects like green OT and reduction of emissions, etc. And also we are trying on waste reduction and recycling, etc. So can we convert this to...
The waste collection projects are, yes, but not so much amount you have to create for waste. I'm talking about 10 ton or 20 ton per day. It is not in your health sectors are good for that. The entire year, I would say 1 ton to be max. So quantity is very low. So that's why carbon credit projects is not there or eligible. The municipal waste are, yes, the lots of tons and tons are generating a waste. So we can create a carbon credit for municipal waste.
Hello, Alok.
Yes.
So my query is, how do a project developer decide on which registry that they should go for registering their CE?
It's depend. What is your project quantity? What is like emission quantity? And what is bearing some fees and all. The gold standard shows a high fee. The project proponent can or project developer can afford for this. And technology wise, there is very complication. The my previous speakers shows very technical paperwork and all. So the capabilities of project developer are depend. The projects is either 1 registry or 2 registry or 3 registry, either GCS, VCS and CDM.
Yeah. And the returns, if I go for one registry to other, there is a difference?
Only CDM can transit for projects because of CDM is closed. Now Article 6.4 are introduced, but continue our improvement and sector wise there is some breakage. The project promoters also decide for crediting price. The GS crediting price is much more high compared to VCS and CDM. So project promoters wants to high price of credit.
So even same project, if registered under the different registry, prices can be different also?
Maybe.
So that advice that you will be providing, right?
Yes, yes. And timeline also. For GS validation and verification process have time duration like 45 days, 60 days in every steps. The VCS have compared to low or reduced time frame for 30 days or 40 days. And validator like VVV are available or not. For this thumb rule, one validator have one validation, they are not continue to verification process. The verification process DOE are different. So this availability are also matter for project growing.
and the decision to select the marketplace, is that decision is with the project developer, or that if I go for a particular registry,
It's totally depend on project developer or project proponent. And also have a project developer have a registry with account with VCS or GS also. If project developer have no account, they can collab with consultant have a account on all registry. So project proponent, PPR, both the parties.
Yes. I am Rajan Menon. See, the project which is come under the green energy obligations, which will be an EPI, energy performance index, presently very low, and the energy performance index is according to the new regulation of sustainable building code, you need to comply within the preview of that. So most of these hospital project and all will be at least 2 to 3 times than the EPI requirement at present. So if we go for a forward carbon credit obligation signed with this organization, so this will adversely affect our own energy cost in future, because we are not able to, once we forward booking the credit already with some other agency, we will be forced to buy more, our selling price will be 4 rupees and we will be forced to purchase at the rate of 12 rupees. That can happen, na? That type of an evaluation is required before jumping into a forward blocking for a longer period. Rather, the things are going to change in a very fast manner. So EPA
from a solvent extraction company of spices. So basically, we have been like in the renewable energy business for past 10 years. So, but we are not claiming the credits for this carbon credits for all the renewable energy what we are generating. So, can we like claim this historic credits?
No.
No.
No. But you can move to IREC, I think. Yes, you can move to IREC projects, develop IREC projects, and you can, if you have PPA for other parties, or you can captive user.
Our own windmills and solar.
So you can move to IREC. But carbon credit projects you are not eligible.
Also, one more question. Like we have been using this biomass-based boiler for past 20 years. So
that's also late.
That's also late.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So for future, we can definitely claim.
Yes. If you have a retrofit or your expansion in biomass, retrofit for your increase your capacity in boiler, so definitely will claim carbon credit.
Okay.
But existing boilers, there is no scope to register in carbon projects.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Dr. Alok Kumar Khore. Sir, please don't go. So I'd like to invite EMC Energy Technology Sri Sharath to give a token of appreciation from EMC. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now coming to the last session, section 6. It's about the future of carbon markets, the trends in carbon trading, India and global, role of the technology, blockchain, AI, and future regulatory and pricing developments. And it will be taken by Mr. Karthik, Vice President, Core Carbon Solutions.
Yeah, very good evening everyone. So we are coming to the last session. So till now you understood basics of carbon market, so how the climate change impacts, so how the carbon market, carbon price should be developed, then we understood the markets, trading aspects. So now we are coming to the last session, so the trends in India and global market, and also role of technology in the monitoring aspects, and also the pricing part. So most of the topics already covered, but I will take around 20 to 30 minutes just to sum it up. So, sorry my presentation. So we understood, so the various factors defines any carbon market. So like if you see the compliance market or voluntary market, so it is varies from the geographical areas, the countries varies the demand for the credits, and also the project origination country also varies. So the many stakeholders and also corporates and any organization, they're mainly focusing on quality of the projects. Mr. Kavin Kumar highlighted so how the project should be developed. So what are the factors we need to look into to develop in any carbon project. So the integrity of the any carbon is very important. So we need to look into the quality aspect, documentation part, then monitoring aspects. So the stakeholder engagement, co-benefits, all these major factors of any carbon project. So then, as you know, the many countries already committed for net zero goals. So the market more to be moving towards compliance of obligations, requirements. So there is evolving is there. So then significant market growth is there. So if you want to limit this global temperature to below 1.5 degrees centigrade of the Paris Agreement, so the carbon market is essential tool to achieve this goal. So without carbon market mechanism tool, so this achieving this goal is not possible. So then we need to have supply dynamics are there, supply demand dynamics are there, and also this voluntary carbon market also evolving. Then India also launching domestic carbon Vera and gold standard. They are also making stringent rules to make the qualities more high integrity. So all these factors is evolving. So in the carbon market, so these are 6 factors which influence. So it's a very dynamic market. So we understood from the morning sessions, we discussed a lot about how the market functions, how the pricing and how the various factors depends on pricing parts. So we have so much risk in the project. I'll highlight in the evenings, in the morning. So many times the many developers invest in the project, finally we cannot able to sell the credits. So like cook stove projects are there, then energy projects, like many of our developers have worked in energy projects, and now the credits demand is very less. So we invested time and everything. So the risk is also very high in the carbon market. So we need to also have opportunity, always need to see the opportunity. So when to develop project, when to realize the credits and when to sell it. So we need to look into all the aspects of that one. So we need to have credible impact and also strategic planning. We need to have proper planning for any developing the carbon project. So these are, if you've seen, also highlighted. So the past is like CDM, then EU ETS is there, then emerging voluntary carbon credits are there. The present is market towards Article 6, and also then growth of EU ETS, China ETS launch. So then then we also have Indian domestic compliance and voluntary market. So then we also future will have wider carbon pricing expansion, then Article 6 full implementation, so Article 6 bilateral and also future carbon market. So then wider spread, we need to have a technology adoption into any carbon markets, and also the convergence, and also the market also future also focus towards the scope 3 emissions. These are market dynamics. So then many voluntary market is also evolving. So but mostly the many are focusing on high integrity, as Mr. Kavin highlighted, the many are focusing high quality projects. So that nobody is looking into this solar projects or this low hanging fruits. So then the market also doing us, all the projects should be real, additional, and also permanence, and also all should be verifiable reduction. So all the major stakeholders looking into this integrity part. So then the more major demand also there for removal projects. As highlighted, the removal projects, the carbon dioxide is permanently removed from the atmosphere. That's why the removal projects have a more price. So the biochar price currently trading at $100 per credit, $100 to $150. Agroforestry sales at $30 to $40. So then the methane emission projects trades at $10 to $15. So that depends on the type of the project and various regions and all the duration of the credits. All this demands the trends of the carbon market. So just highlighted here. So these are all the emission readings worldwide. So this is dark. The India is under conservation, dark green under development. So this blue is already developed, already have emission trading schemes worldwide. So if you see India is under dark green, so it is already under development phase. So the 2026 market will fully function from Indian domestic carbon market. So last in the morning also highlighted about in detail, I discussed about that one. So that ETS is almost 17% of global GHG emission. All these emission trading schemes are almost contributing 70% of global GHG emission. So this is, so till now this emission trading, so 38 emission system are in force. So almost covered 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So it's already covered almost 19% of global GHG emissions. So till now 70 billion raised in 2024, almost total USD 37 since 2007. So only 11 ETS under currently development and 9 are under consideration. So then almost 1/3 global population lives under these ATN schemes. So GDC makes up to 58% of global GDP. So current emission release in worldwide. So just to highlight also about this voluntary carbon market. So this is mostly from data from majorly contributes from Vera and Gold Standard. So the different projects are renewable energy, household, forestry, agriculture, waste management, and also industry and government transport. So till now 1696 projects are listed, out of which 87 projects already issued 361 million tons of carbon credits as of January 2025. So majorly the credits are from renewable energy and household community. So this contribution of these two sectors is very large, but now the market is mostly moving towards this forestry and agriculture sector and also waste management and also transport. So this 4 sector contribution is very less out of these projects, but majorly come from renewable energy and household community. So just highlighted 492 projects comes from household energy. It also 25 million tons of carbon credits issued, almost 50% already trade in the market of voluntary carbon standard. So almost 12 million credits are already retired. So the almost 80 to 90% comes from these two sectors only. Now the market is moving towards the nature-based solutions where forestry, agriculture, transport, and these sectors are so highly demand in the market currently now. So I also discussed in the morning the evolving of Indian carbon market. So earlier 2012 PAT scheme was there. Now it moved towards 2023 carbon credit trading scheme. Now then it also includes the voluntary participation, CCTS, almost 10 sectors are covered under voluntary participation. So now from 2020 also it will be integrated to Article 6.4 and also then also it will roll already recently also rolled out an emission intensity target for almost four sectors. So that it will be rolled out for in 2025-26. So this is so one is CCTS is there. Then we also have business corporate BRSR green credit program is there. Then we have a push for domestic also project registration MRE framework, and also we have a potential to integrate with Article 6. So this is the mechanism framework. So we have a Bureau of Energy is the operator this carbon market. So we have a technical committee accredited carbon verifiers by recently BW also floated a tender for this accreditation of the bodies in the last week only. So then we have a registered entities and obligated entities and non-obligated entities. Obligated entities almost eight sectors are there. So they need to meet the compliance mechanism under cap and trade. So we have non-obligated entities, so they can work on offset mechanism on voluntarily. So then we have a ICM registry. So mostly it will be Grid Control of India, then power exchanges like Indian IEX and also PXL. So they'll operate. So then we have a regulators. CERC will be the ICM trading regulator. So these are trading institutional framework of the Indian domestic carbon market. So the now what happens on the so for any carbon projects, so the all the projects now looking towards the technology. So how the technology can bring. So suppose I'll give an example, like suppose, so many are talking about biochar. So the biochar finally, so if you claim the carbon, finally it has to apply in the soil. So finally it has to apply in the soil, so we need to apply in the soil. So how do we can verify this biochar is applied in the soil or not? So how we can quantify this application of the biochar? So the way this technology brings in, like role of blockchain and integration of AI and also this SAP systems. So all this technology can bring more so robust to the and claiming the credits, and also we can have more price for these credits. So like I'm also talking about rice. So rice, we are saying the many farmers are practicing AWD technology. But how do we ensure? So as an individual, any editor comes, so you can visit only maybe 100 to 200 farmers. So I have now more than 1 lakh farmers. So that the technology can bring. Now we are working with a digital MRV technology, where we are integrating GS technology to monitor whether the farmer practice or not, to whether they decrease the water level in the field. So we integrate the digital MRV technology. So whether your MRV is more robust, then you'll have a very good demand in the market. So you can sell the credits in very high price. So the many buyers are looking into the integration of technology into your carbon projects. So that brings artificial intelligence, blockchain, and also digital MRV technologies. So this blockchain brings, like, it will always trace all the activity from the start to the end of the project. So all the access to monitoring parameters, everything is tracked and traced, and also anyone can easily look into your technology and easily track your activities. So that's why blockchain can bring the more robust MR framework into your project. So then integration of digital MRV also brings more integrated your market into your project. So you can integrate your like satellite technology and also AI technologies. You can always track and integrate, you monitor your aspects. So these are opportunities. So but for any project, so suppose for integration of any technology is always involve a cost. So but it also improves the transparency and also efficiency. So then we also have some greenwashing risk are there. Many projects are really not in the ground, then really not additional, but still the price circulate. Then we'll have a double counting issues are there. So many regulatory uncertainties will be there. Then high transition costs, so many costs involved, as I highlighted in all the sessions. So the carbon market is not a simple tool, so many costs involved, many stakeholder integration. So then we need to have but market expansion is opportunities there. So then, so we need to like the Kerala is, I think, first mover in the state and in the country also conducted this kind of workshop. So is of my knowledge. So the involving government stakeholders and EMC has done a good job bringing all the stakeholders together. So getting into the market is also advantage. So to get in this market, so the many opportunities are there. So for also highlighted, so we also spoke about the carbon price is very dynamic. So if you see this removal projects can trade it. So these are removal projects. So it could trade it around $20. This is in year 2022. But the market is now currently the market is bit down. So currently it's trading at around $14 to $15. So then household devices like improved cook stove, all these projects traded around $15. Now the market is currently trading around $1 to $2 only. So if you see renewable energy, there is no demand. So renewable energy projects. So nature-based projects also are selling at a good price around $5. So these are market dynamics. So as of our experience, like agroforest project can sell at $20 to $30. Like rice, water management $10 to $15. So then like electric vehicle around $4 to $5. And solar, off-grid solar project, rooftop projects can sell at $2 to $3. So the project is always carbon credit price is very dynamic. That depends on type of project, location, and also various co-benefits. So already all the things are highlighted in the previous sessions. Yeah, thank you so much. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
Excuse me. Hi.
Yeah.
Just one query. Recently, there was an article which showed that Mahindra, one of the first entity, private company in India to determine the carbon price of their business operations, and they determined it at around something $10 per ton of carbon dioxide.
Okay.
So what does that actually mean?
So what happens, so like this is called internal carbon pricing. So any business, suppose like Mahindra, so what they did, so they understand their emissions first, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. So they understand their emissions, and also so suppose different sectors will be there. So they understand how much money they're investing in a financial year. So based on that one, the various aspects, so they'll determine so to emit the 1 ton of carbon dioxide, so how much money they're spending. So it means like, so they're ready to, suppose they're spending $10 to $15, so for the amount of emissions they are emitting the atmosphere. So they invest in the projects, like agroforestry projects, any kind of projects. So they'll see that something if you can buy the credits from around $8, internally they're saying around $4 to $5 for their company. So like that they'll work towards the projects. It's called internal carbon pricing. Still, they can invest that much of money.
Any questions?
The question which I asked before, like if I have ISO 1464, am I a verifier?
So you need to follow. So every registry has set of requirements to meet their requirement. So if you have ISO, then so easily you can achieve those requirements. So still you need to apply the requirements as per the respective standards, so you can accredit with them, like Vera Gold Standard. So the recently also this Indian domestic carbon, so they floated for tender for accreditation. So you can look into that one. BW only floated a tender. Not this for carbon market only. Accreditor, yeah. So they have the set of requirements, like BW auditor should be there. So they have a set of requirements.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Shiny Sam and I'm an architect working with WR India. So currently we are working towards developing a net zero carbon action plan for Trivandrum city. So in that aspect, is there a carbon credit system? Does the carbon credit system recognize embodied carbon reductions, circularity, mostly the whole life carbon reduction and circularity principles into converting them into carbon credits? Is there a system already incorporated, or is it still in the underway?
Still in the process, but that can be claimed, but still there is no methodology for embodied carbon, but that can be done. Yeah.
So is ECBC already incorporated, or do the energy efficiencies, the carbon mitigation that happens using ECBC code, is it incorporated, or is it still in the
still is not incorporated.
Okay, so basically anything related to buildings is still in the pipeline kind of thing.
Pipeline, yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I have a doubt on this session now, because you are not at all concerned about carbon neutrality. There is no comment or no word towards the carbon neutrality. That is very sad to me, really very, very sad to me. That's why I have no questions to you, but I have comments to the audience, sir. Sir, carbon neutrality ഒരു കമ്മോഡിറ്റി ആയിരിക്കുകയാണ് അവിടെ. എന്തുമാത്രം പാതകമാണെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കൂ. ഇതുപോലെ കുറേ സാധനങ്ങളുണ്ട്, ക്രിപ്റ്റോ കറൻസി പോലെ കുറേ സാധനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ആവരുതേ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുക. നമ്മളുടെ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ വഴി എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രാലിറ്റി അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഓരോരുത്തരെയും റോഡുകൾ എടുക്കണമെന്ന വളരെ ഒരു ഹമ്പിൾ റിക്വസ്റ്റോടെ എല്ലാ നല്ല വാഴ്ത്തുക്കളും, ഗുഡ് തിങ്സ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Any more questions?
Is there any relationship between this registry and the marketplace operators? Do they need to be of the same
No, the
entity
registry
or-
and marketplace are different. So the marketplace are very independent. So they will work on trading the credits only. So registry will issue the credits, respective standard. So marketplace are different. So they'll work on a trading part. So they'll charge the like brokerage charges. They'll charge.
So in the proposed India carbon market, this registry would be the grid controller.
Control will be like grid control, but exchange like already IEX will be there, India Energy Exchange, PXL is there, Power Exchange India Limited.
They will be
so
the
they'll operate the transaction of the credits.
Understood.
So similarly, REC also this CRs will issue the RECs, then operated by this IEX and PXL. Selling of the credits, trading like transaction, selling, yeah.
Registered on one registry. Can this be traded under multiple platforms?
No, so what happens, suppose if you develop a project, so you already got a credits, so for every credit, so they'll issue a unique ID. Suppose this credits can be transferred, like one register, suppose I have a registry in my name, so you have a registry. Suppose I can transfer to you, so transfer to you, then again you can transfer to other one. So finally, like consumer will use these credits, finally it has to be retired. So whenever suppose X company they want to show in their account for the net zero target, so they will buy these credits, finally it has to be retired. Whenever the credits are retired, automatically the registry cancel all the unique IDs from their exchange. So but transfer any number of times we can transfer, but we need to have account with the respective registry.
Good afternoon. Actually, the presentations were good. I am still not fully comprehended maybe. I was just wondering, actually India, the carbon credit transfer, that system is being implemented by BE. So right now, or at least so far, the carbon credit market that was available to organizations within India, we had to go international, if I understand right. So, and we were talking about prices for carbon credit to the tune of even up to $150 and per se. Maybe that was a very rare occurrence, but that was possible. Now, with the carbon credit being implemented, that system being implemented in India, do you think such price levels, because when we look at rupee terms at that cost, I cannot imagine such high cost being available in India. So going for this thing, does it make easier, getting credits easier for organizations within India, or does it on the return side, after getting credit, getting value for that credit, the price that fetches for the credit, will it go down if when we are going with the system? What is your call on that?
So,
that is one question, and I have one request to EMC. Dr. Harikumar was morning saying that EMC themselves had an experience in going for the carbon credit. So if anything else can be shared on that, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. So like this, the Indian carbon is now still evolving stage. So the recently launched. So but we also thinking same line. So but suppose if you look into Indian market, so will not get same price compared to the global carbon market. So but Indian carbon market morely focusing on they done a compliance for only 8 sectors. So then the power is not included. So but for developing any project we need to see, suppose you're working with a community like agriculture and also this like agroforestry, we can always target the global market. Under Article 6.4 we can always target. So Article 6.4 will get a very good price. Something you're working on like solar rooftop or like solar cookstoves, then electric vehicles. So this kind of projects you can always target for domestic carbon market. So based on the project type, so the expected carbon price, so based on that one we need to choose the standard. So that is my answer. Yeah.
Hi. Just like, hello.
Yes.
Just like what I said earlier, like the before section. So we have plans for biomass-based boiler installations across our different plants across India. So future projects are there. So as a company like Plan Lipids, how should I approach to get these credits for these newer installations?
So first, suppose if you want to work on the like Article 6.4, so immediately you need to send a communication to UNFCCC. Or like before, suppose you have any major financial decision like purchase order, any major financial decision of this project, you need to immediately send a communication within 6 months from that date. So like I'm intention to develop a project under carbon market. So that is very much essential for compliance market. So that is there. But if you want to go for voluntary standard, so you can always approach us, like different developers are there. You can always approach us. Then we'll help you how to take it forward. Yeah.
So if the purchase order is already raised, or can we like? So if the projects are running right now, so it is not implemented yet, but it is in the developing stage. So it's a purchase order is already placed. So can we like?
So compliance is not possible, but voluntary, suppose within 2 years we need to complete, within 2 years of commissioning we need to complete the registration process.
Okay, yep. So guys like you can help us.
Yes. So we'll help you in the different timelines are there based on different standards. So we'll help you.
Actually, you already told that one patch cycle is closed, means perform, achieve and trade. But perform and achievement is over, but trading is not happened. That is the reason patch cycle is not over. The reason is it is given to the markets totally.
Exactly.
The same route is following with the carbon also, giving everything into the markets. When the market will decide everything, that's all. That if it is happened, the same thing is Madhu is told. If it is happened between the markets only, it will not from the heart. The things will not happen. That is one of the things. Another area, you are talking about agriculture and forestry and other areas. There is no, you give an example for in industry, where most of the people are coming from the industry. Any examples you can talk to me regarding the industry which is available carbon credits?
So
on
like
which are basis?
So industry like green hydrogen is possible. So then CBG plant, compressed biogas plants are eligible. So this kind of projects are eligible for the industries.
Any process modifications?
Sorry?
Process modifications.
Process
we can reduce. We were talking about the plant lipids example.
So but we need to see the quantity of reduction. So for any carbon project, we need to see we need to have minimum like per annum around 5,000 to 6,000 tons of CO2 reduction. Then we can look into the opportunity. So that we need to see.
But how about the smaller industries?
Smaller is so very difficult. The price, so the effort, the time, the cost involved is very high compared to getting the revenue from out of that one.
That is the thing. That is happening with this, most of the industries in Kerala and all India. It will be in MSME category. How they can go for a carbon credits like that?
So
only higher industries.
Like one is IREC is possible, like solar rooftop. Suppose if you install solar rooftop.
If it is not in the carbon trading.
Carbon solar rooftop is there. Suppose if you are consuming for like your captive consumption. If you are like injecting less than 50% to grid, then still possibilities there under carbon market, under VCM.
Range.
For capacity you are looking. Capacity something should be 2 megawatt coming together different SMEs.
Again, it is not a smaller industry. So I am talking about the
No, like different we can club. Suppose somebody have like 500 kilowatt, 200 kilowatt, then we can club almost 10 to 15 industries together. We can develop one project.
Cluster
approach.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Karthik Rao, the Vice President, Core Carbon Solutions, for his session, for giving his time to EMC and enlightening us all. So, I would like to invite Dinesh Kumar sir, Joint Director EMC, to provide a token of appreciation of EMC to Mr. Karthik. Thank you, Karthik. Thank you so much.
So we have come to the final few minutes of the program. I hope this program has been of use to the people who have attended this session. I think almost all the people who had joined in the morning are still continuing. That means I feel this has been a bit of a use to you. But as we have been discussing something about how we can cluster together or how we can aggregate the potential of carbon credit and all, we need to maybe sit together, work together, and maybe work out some plans, maybe some create some nodal groups, so that we can at least on a regional wise or a district wise we can collate together all these things and bring out in such a way that the market can accept the trade which we are thinking about. In that way we should work forward. In the on another sense, we may need some technical people, manpower, who can understand and bring out you can in order to aggregate also you need to have sort of a knowledge as well as hardcore industrial, that particular industrial experience. That way we need some trainings and all. That's the reason why EMC is thinking about doing 1 or 2 GHG accounting sort of a training program on a maybe 3-4 day program on a paid mode, so that we can bring in a few real professionals who can help these consultants like these people, our Mr. Kanthaswamy or Mr. Alok or Mr. Karthik in bringing up better proposals, maybe something which can be converted into monetary terms, as we have seen. We will come up with such a program very soon. I hope many of you people can join those programs if possible. We will anyway the links to that to those who are interested, they may register with the this particular program. We will share you a Google form which is available in the already shared in the this QR code that is pasted here, and also you can even collect it from the page here. Further, adding to this, as Mr. Mathur has been saying, it is I respect his attitude, because it's like you have to take it in your heart so that you can bring more carbon neutrality into this sector. That's a very good thought from his side. But on the meantime, because voluntary market is the one thing which we have to think about addressing. Those who are doing it voluntarily, those who don't have the backbone to sell, if at all monetize it, it is our as a government, we feel EMC government sector organization, we feel that such a venue also need to be brought into this thing, because it's always it is when you say talk about a market, it is always give and take. Yes, that's there. But even then, even in a market also there are some good players as well as bad players. That's also there. We have to encourage the market as well. That's our point. With this, a few words, I would rather say good evening to you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh sir, for your closing remarks. സെഷൻസ് അവസാനിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇവിടെ എത്തിയതിനുള്ള നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുന്നു. ഇത് ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ഫോം നിങ്ങൾ പലയിടങ്ങളിലും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും.
ഒന്നിൽ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്യാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പുറത്ത് പലയിടങ്ങളിലായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒട്ടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്യാം. ഇന്നത്തെ സെഷൻസിൻ്റെ ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നേരിട്ട് ഗൂഗിൾ ഫോം വഴി കൊടുക്കാം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇന്നത്തെ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് ഡ്രൈവിലാക്കി QR കോഡിൽ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങളൊരു വാട്സാപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതിലേക്കും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും. അതിൽ ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ഓൾറെഡി തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ഫോമും ഡ്രൈവിൻ്റെ ലിങ്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്ത് ചെയ്യാവുന്നതാണ്. ഇത്രയും പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചായ അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. നേരത്തെ ലഞ്ച് കഴിച്ച പുറത്താണ്, അവിടെ ചായയും അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.